Good evening. I will move that we go into executive session to discuss strategy with respect to litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigation position of the public body and the chair so declares, and I do so declare, and also to comply with or act under the authority of any general, special law, or federal grant and aid requirement, and we'll be coming back into open session after our executive session. All those in favor, please say aye. Selectperson Franco.
Aye.
Selectperson Heller.
Aye.
Selectperson Green.
Aye.
Selectperson Hamilton.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Meeting for the 2nd of April. So we're starting to get into the swing of spring, which is a good thing. And yesterday we started the scooter pilot. Select Board Member Hamilton has been leading that charge. We had a little unfortunate accident at the kickoff. I understand town meeting member Kim Smith was the person who fell off the scooter. And I guess everyone must realize, these are not toys. And it takes a little practice, as I learned, before you feel steady on it. And I would hope that folks riding the scooters wear helmets, observe the rules of the road, stay off the sidewalks. We're seeing reports of people zipping by on the sidewalks, and that's a sure way to engender ill will during the pilot. So I think everyone needs to be cognizant of that and be very aware of where you park the scooters at the end of your rides. I rode it this morning from Town Hall home, and it was a lot of fun. So I've gotten to a point where I feel kind of steady on it. So I developed that level of confidence. So and it cost me all of $2.05. For the 7-minute ride.
I was very optimistic about this program, and I realize it's only day 2. I've been disappointed to see how many people are using the sidewalks. I don't know whether or not that's because they don't feel safe riding them on the street in the bike lane as they have been instructed to do so. So I will be having a call with the police department in the next couple of days to talk about what our options are to step up enforcement.
And just to be clear, the expectation is that people are going to use the bike lane, they're going to wear a helmet, and the only users that this board contemplated in the policy, I believe, are adults, those over the age of 18. So that is the expectation, that's the policy that this board adopted, and I have every confidence that that's how we're going to do enforcement going forward.
But isn't the company responsible for renting to only people who are over 18?
Yes.
Yeah, so they certify they're over 18.
By
and-
checking a box.
Yeah. So, yeah.
When you talk to the police department, I'd suggest you also discuss with them issues of bicycle compliance with the rules. Because on Beacon Street, the problem I think we're having is that bikers drive very, very fast and not very careful in the bike lane. So if you're on a scooter, you can be a little hesitant to.
Some, not all.
Pardon me?
Some, not all.
Some, well,
You,
I'm
you,
hesitant
you,
walking.
you generalized it a little too much.
well, okay, yes, some.
Yeah,
The ones
we'll
that-
we'll be
that-
talking about
the ones that
overall
ride when I'm on
enforcement.
the street.
And next week, we have a town meeting, special town meeting to discuss, among one other thing, Newberry College. We're not going to be ready to recommend a purchase, an acquisition authorization, so we and the advisory committee will be placing a motion.
And we should say that Newberry's not accepting bids
Right.
at this minute. So we
Right.
can't, even if we were to submit one tomorrow, they wouldn't look at it for another couple of weeks. So
Right.
we're missing the April 9th deadline.
I wanted to plug the 4th Annual Brookline Youth Climate Adaptation Challenge, which is taking place on Saturday at the Pierce School cafeteria, starting at 11 a.m. I know Selectperson Green had the distinct honor of being a judge last year.
It was a lot of fun.
He has passed it on to the B team of myself to serve as a judge this year, so hopefully I'll live up to the high expectations of me based on the stellar performance of Selectperson Green last year. Again, this Saturday, April 6th, 11 a.m. At the Pierce School cafeteria.
Okay. Let's get into our calendar. Public comment, I see none. Or, no, okay. We have minutes from March 19th. They looked okay to me.
Yep. me too.
Okay, I'll move acceptance of the minutes. All those in favor, please say aye. Select Person Franco.
Aye.
Select Person Heller.
Aye.
Select Person Green.
Aye.
Select Person Hamilton.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. And now we have an agreement with, for the operation of the farmer's market at the Center Street West parking lot. Is Mr. Faber or anyone else here to talk about that?
No, I think these.
This is pretty
become
straightforward.
pretty routine. So I think he explained to you that it'll be over 25 weekends, but one of those is on July 4th, so it'll be the same 24 events.
Okay, so the farmer's market will run from June 6th to November 21st, with 1 week missing July 4th. So I'll move that we approve and execute the agreement with Abe Faber, market manager, market treasurer for the operation of the farmer's market at the Center Street West parking lot on Thursdays from 9 to 9, from June 6th to November 21st, 2019. With no market on the 4th of July. All those in favor, please say aye. Select Person Franco.
Aye.
Select Person Heller.
Aye.
Select Person Green.
Aye.
Select Person Hamilton.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. And now we have an update on the Beacon Street EV charging expansion program. And this is, to me, a very exciting program. Mr. Crane.
To me as well. Todd Crane, Transportation Administrator for the town of Brookline. So I'm going to give you I understand your agenda is rather full, so I'm going to go as fast as I can. You have a very detailed memo that myself
Right.
and staff from the planning department put together for you in your packet. That can answer a lot of your questions. The Beacon Street Green Transportation Program. So this is something that staff from the planning department and staff from the DPW have been working on. It's a series of different projects when grouped together. Forms the Beacon Street Green Transport Program. Today I'm going to give you an update on 3 of those projects, which is the public EV charging and the EV car share update. And the goal of all of these various projects is to transform Beacon Street into a multimodal corridor with climate-friendly transportation options that move people away from single-occupant motor vehicles, to move people away from single-occupant motor vehicle trips and personally owned gas-powered vehicles. Over the past 10 years, programs have included the introduction of car share, such as Zipcar along the Beacon Street corridor, the MBTA Green Line with transit signal prioritization, enhanced bicycle accommodations, including bike racks, bike corrals, and the planned restoration of the historic Olmsted Bridle Path, enhanced pedestrian accommodations with existing pedestrian scale lighting in our commercial areas as well as benches, existing benches and a planned expansion of additional benches throughout the corridor this summer. The introduction of Blue Bike Share Program. We now have 3 stations along the Beacon Street corridor, one in St. Mary's, one in Coolidge Corner, and one in Washington Square, as well as the new e-scooter share pilot program. And then what this update is about is the last 3, which is the EV fast charging in 3 commercial districts, the EV public charging in multifamily residential areas, and then the EV car share program. Why Beacon Street? Beacon Street is one of the most significant roadways that's under town jurisdiction with both historic and regional significance. It's a major urban principal arterial carrying over 35,000 vehicles per day. It's a major thoroughfare that consists of thriving mixed uses, including retail, restaurant, office, residential, houses of worship. It regionally connects economic, medical, educational, employment, and entertainment destinations in Boston with Brookline and other communities to the west. It locally connects residents with 3 of the town's major commercial districts. It provides public transit connections between the MBTA Green Line, the Route 65 bus, which runs along Washington Street, and then the Route 66 bus, which runs along Harvard Street, which is the second busiest bus in the entire MBTA system. And then, of course, Coolidge Corner, which is at the intersection of Harvard and Beacon, is an iconic regional shopping and cultural destination in the midst of a National Register of Historic Places. The project partners on these 3 projects is Eversource. Eversource has a $45 million Make Ready program, which is plans to install and upgrade infrastructure to support EV charges throughout the Massachusetts. Brookline is included in year 1 of the project, which begins in the spring 2019. Electrify America, commonly known as the VW settlement. Electrify America is investing $2 billion over the next 10 years in zero-emissions vehicle infrastructure in the cities across the United States. Year 2, which begins this summer, includes Brookline's Beacon Street DC Fast Charge project. Their partner Green Lots, which works with Electrify America. And then GreenSpot EV. GreenSpot EV is one of the only companies that has implemented 100% electric vehicle car sharing programs within the United States. They currently operate in New Jersey, Ohio, and Florida, and they just recently were accepted for a proposal in our neighboring city of Newton. Project highlights of these 3 projects. Utilities for 59 of the 600 parking spaces on Beacon Street median will be made ready for EV charging in 2019 as part of Eversource's Make Ready program. The EV charges would be installed in almost 40% of those 59 upgraded spaces, 23 ports in total in 2019 and 2020. 8 segments along a 2-mile stretch of Beacon Street. In the residential areas, they'll be at St. Paul, at Brandon Hall, at Williston, at Englewood, and at Air Road. And the 3 DC fast charges will be 1 per commercial district in Washington Square, Coolidge Corner, and St. Mary's. 10 spaces in the residential areas will include level 2 ports for public use, and then 10 spaces in the residential areas will house the 100% EV car share program. The capital, operating, maintenance, and electricity costs is assumed by private partners via license agreement, similar to the license agreement that we have with Zipcar. The 3 public use DC fast chargers will be provided via Electric America and the Green Lots, Electrify America and Green Lots. The 5 public use level 2 dual port charges will be provided by GreenSpot, and the 10 100% electric vehicle car shares will also be provided by GreenSpot. The electric supply will be sourced from the renewable energy via the town's Brookline Green Electricity Program Preferred. And the program is established to benefit environmental justice areas, provide amenities to the business districts, and provides resources to residents with no on-site charging, also known as garage orphans. And the best part is that it's at no cost to the town of Brookline. So why is the planning department and transportation partnering on this project? There's several reasons. One is that it helps to achieve the Commonwealth's target of 300,000 EVs by 2025. Brookline is already one of the top 5 for the highest number of electric vehicles registered. However, in order to expand that further, we need to build out an accessible infrastructure to support EV owners, especially the garage orphans who reside in multifamily, normally condo or rental units with no on-site charging capability. It supports the business districts by providing DC fast charging amenities, which is the DC fast charges give you approximately 100-mile range and 35 minutes of charging within the 3 commercial districts of St. Mary's, Coolidge Corner, as well as Washington Square. It promotes environmental and equity justice. The town's 2018 Climate Vulnerability Assessment and Action Plan identified the vulnerable populations along or near Beacon Street corridor as one of the most affected by climate change. Plus, it provides access to EV car share for those in the community who need access to a vehicle but cannot afford to own one. It also achieves the Select Board's Climate Action Plan goals. The Select Board, the Climate Action Plan calls for 0 emissions by 2050 and specifically calls out 2 projects under transportation. The first is to participate in Eversource's Public Benefits Program, the Make Ready program, to upgrade infrastructure in public areas to accommodate fast EV charging stations. And the second project listed under the transportation is to install EV charging stations on all town-owned lots and along Beacon Street median. So far, the public process in support as include multiple updates to the Select Board's Climate Action Committee, which is co-chaired by Select Board Member Heller, as well as Werner Lowy, who is here today. It's specifically included as projects 1 and 2 in the transportation section of the Select Board's approved Climate Action Plan. We've had regular updates and favorable support from Representative Vitolo, who is here today to speak. Select Board Member Heather Hamilton in her position as liaison on all things transportation, and Transportation Board Chair Chris Dempsey. We've had favorable meetings with the Brookline Chamber of Commerce. We met with the Bridle Path proponent and town meeting warrant article petitioner Jules Milner-Brahe to address his concerns, and he's here tonight as well. It's also been called out as a best practice project by Electrify America's National ZEV Investment Plan Cycle 2 report. We've gotten messages of support from Linda Benavides, who is the Director of Green Business Development at Massachusetts Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs, as a best in practice for public-private partnerships. And she has recommended to both the City of Cambridge, the City of Newton, and the City of Boston to contact Brookline to discuss this specific project and learn from it. And it was also included in an update report in the 2018 town meeting combined reports.
Okay.
The proposed timeline, we need 3 meetings with the Select Board. This is the first one to give you a general update, as you have not had an update on this project, I believe, since the Climate Action Plan came before you last year. The next would be Select Board meeting number 2, which is to approve a grant allocation application for Eversource to make ready the 59 parking spaces.
Just make sure they touch base with the gas company.
Yes. The Select Board meeting number 3, sorry, there's a typo, would be to approve the license agreements with Green Lots and Green Spot. So one of the conditions of the Make Ready project is, well, 2 conditions. One is they want to be shovel ready by May, so they want to start working due to their mandates by DPU, installing their year 1, which were included beginning in May. The second condition is that the municipality or business that they partner with has to have a proof of purchase of the EVs, or in our case, they're going to accept the license agreements that we have with Green Spot and Green Lot as proof of purchase. Eversource, after we have all of our approvals, Eversource will install the infrastructure for the EV charging. They hope to begin in late spring and be completed by late summer 2019. And then Green Spot and Green Lot will have 6 months from the completion of that date to install the chargers and have the program up and running.
Very
And
exciting.
that's it. I'm joined here by Kara Bruton and Zoe Lynn, who is the new Sustainability Administrator for the Planning Department and our partners on this project. And also, I want to bring up Representative Vitolo right now, who would like to say a couple words.
Okay.
Tommy Vitolo, town meeting member at large, state representative. 3 primary things I want to mention about this great project. The first is, in conjunction with the Bridle Path project, you get a place for the electric scooters and the bicyclists and the joggers to feel comfortable traveling on Beacon Street, which makes them less inclined to be on the sidewalk. As you can imagine, all users are interested in their safety and convenience, and when we don't give them a safe and comfortable place to be, they choose the sidewalk. And so as we are able to give them other places to be that are safe and comfortable, I assure you they will use them. As for this project, I do want to point out that it's really a remarkable confluence of other people's money making this happen, and that's a beautiful thing for Brookline. And so I think tremendous credit belongs to Maria Morelli for making that happen. Really, it's a model, and in speaking with my colleagues in the legislature, it's not lost on me that Brookline gets more than its share because our staff are so good at putting together projects that bring grants and other revenue sources, funding sources to the town to give our community that benefit. And as our representative, I'm grateful. The BBRS is an organization that sets building codes, and they were queued up to improve the building code, in my view, to require EV charging in commercial and residential sites, and at the last minute, they bailed out, and they didn't do it. And it's unfortunate. The fact of the matter is, we have to convert every single motor vehicle to electric. Every single, we don't have to do it tomorrow, and it's going to be about replacing current gasoline and diesel-powered vehicles with electric. But 100% of the vehicles on the road must be electric. And if you don't think that, then you don't believe the science, because the engineering is a straight line, right? To get there, we need charging. And for folks like me who have a garage, I can handle that on my own. But for the thousands of people who live on Beacon Street, who are garage orphans, who don't own and control fully a spot of their own, they're going to rely on public charging infrastructure to make sure that their automobiles are consistent with an 80% carbon reduction by 2050. Obviously, 59 spots on Beacon Street aren't enough, but getting out there now and talking about it now and setting an example now allows me to point to successful programs when I do my work at the State House, arguing that all 351 cities and towns need to follow this example. And so the louder Brookline is about doing this, and the more successful Brookline is about doing this, the easier it's going to be for me to bring other communities on board, and that's critical. We know that's critical. So I ask you to be bold and to brag about this project. I have no doubt it's going to be a great one, and we want it to be a model for streets throughout the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Okay. When you spell meeting right.
Yeah, that's as I said. I apologize for the spelling.
When you post it somewhere.
Yep, no, I will.
Wow, this is very exciting. It's funny. I have a Chevy Volt, so which isn't a pure electric, but it's electric first, and then the gas engine kicks in. But I noticed in traveling to New York, we are way ahead of them in terms of getting infrastructure in place. There's very little, if any, public infrastructure down there, and we're just, until now, we've just taken kind of baby steps, but at least we've taken baby steps. So I'm just glad to see this moving forward. It's very exciting. Anything?
I do want to thank Maria Morelli for really, I think she was kind of the push behind all of this, and working with these vendors, working with Eversource, working with Todd, with other people in the town, constantly pushing forward. And I think that's what's helped to make this program a reality. So convey to her our thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say Maria really was the backbone of this. It started as a conversation about a year ago when she said, well, you're installing these EV chargers in town hall lots. What would you like to do? And then, are you looking anywhere else? And I said, ideally, we'd go up and down Beacon Street. And a couple months later, she came by and she said, I got this great thing. I'm going to put all these programs together. And I was in awe. And she made it happen. She gets all the credit for this one.
Okay, so thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. And let's forge forward. Okay, let's forge forward power through the rest of our miscellaneous calendar so we can get to the main events. We have a application of alternate manager Brian Foley for Doolin Cottage Coro, doing business as the public house, located at 1648 Beacon Street.
He may be here, actually.
Excuse me?
He may be here.
And is he here? Come on up.
Hello.
Howdy. So you're coming on as alternate manager. You've applied. The paperwork looks good. have you sat down with Lieutenant Raskin?
Yeah, I did last weekend
Okay,
before he went away.
okay.
Looks like you've been with the restaurant for a couple of years now, so we're familiar with the operations and how things go. And just based on your application, it looks like you've got extensive experience in the restaurant industry and with the service of alcohol. So that makes me happy.
What is the, I'm curious, what is the policy of Public House of carding people? Do you just eyeball it and decide, okay, this person needs to be carded and that doesn't, or do everyone?
Carding,
Or?
we have a door guy every night that's at the door carding people. Before that, the servers, bartenders, managers, whoever's working will ID anybody who looks under 35.
So he cards everyone at the door?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And then the managers card everyone who look under 35? Is that what you're saying, or the bartenders?
Everybody, like anybody working in the restaurant, if they're ordering an alcoholic beverage, they'll be carded if they look under 35.
I see.
Okay, any other comments, questions? I'll move that we approve the application of the alternate manager, Brian Foley, for Doolin Cottage Coro, doing business as the public house located at 1648 Beacon Street. All those in favor, please say aye. Select person Franco.
Aye.
Select person Heller. Select
Aye.
person Green.
Aye.
Select person Hamilton.
Aye.
Select chair votes aye. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And we have a question of renewing a seasonal kinds alcoholic beverage license, and this is Vine Right Grill. Lisa Weasel as manager at 1281 West Roxbury Parkway. This is a routine item.
Yes, this is a renewal. It's a seasonal license, so it's held on a different time frame than your ordinary renewals. But this is, I believe this in order at this time.
I don't see a report from the health department, so I would just condition this on approval by the health department. I've got no reason to believe that
Right.
there would be a problem.
Right. So I'll move that we renew the seasonal kinds alcoholic beverage license as common victual held by Grill in the Green Inc., doing business Vine Right Grill. Lisa Weasel, manager at 1281 West Roxbury Parkway, from April 1, 2019 to January 15th, 2020, conditioned on health department approval. All those in favor, please say aye.
Excuse me, and you also need building and police? which are also
Those were at
candidates.
our places earlier.
Okay. let's
So-
do that.
All those in favor, please say aye. Select person Franco.
Aye.
Select person Heller.
Aye.
Select person Green.
Aye.
Select person Hamilton.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And we have a number of temporary licenses. So I'll move that we grant a temporary all kinds beverage sales to Hellenic Association of Boston to be held on Saturday, April 6th, for a dinner dance from 8 p.m. to 1, I presume, a.m. at 162 Goddard Avenue. I'll also move that we grant a temporary wine and malt beverage non-sales to Lars Anderson at 15 Newton Street on April 5th for a corporate retirement party from 5:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. April 6th for an NEU reception from 6:30 to 10. April 12th for Dancing with the Cars from 5:30 to 11. And they all look good?
Police department has reviewed all the paperwork and sees no reason to deny any of the applications.
Okay, so the motion is on the table. All those in favor, please say aye. Select person Franco.
Aye.
Select person Heller.
Aye.
Select person Green.
Aye.
Select person Hamilton.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay, now we're ready for school budget.
Good evening.
Howdy, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to walk you through the FY20 school department budget. I'm going to take the select board through 3 steps. The budgeting priorities that were used in the creation of this budget, the fiscal challenges that we faced in the creation of this budget, and how we managed our way through those challenges. As I do that, I'll also share with the select board what has continued through from last year's override plan, and what, based on the fiscal challenges that we faced this year, some very unique challenges, in particular this year, what aspects of that override plan are we not able to continue forward with. So I always start the budget presentation with the mission of the public schools of Brookline, which is to ensure that every student develops skills and knowledge to pursue a productive and fulfilling life, to participate thoughtfully in a democracy, and succeed in a diverse and evolving global society. And as you've seen before, I believe that in order to achieve that mission, we have to have 2 foundational beliefs. One is that we prioritize our work so that what we expect is nothing less than both equitable and exceptional outcomes for all of our learners, and that our resources must be allocated in support of those exceptional outcomes and equitable outcomes. And the second foundational belief in support of achieving that mission is that fundamentally it's what happens in classrooms that matters most. It is when we focus on the centrality of the classroom and we support that, that our students achieve. And so that for our schools to be successful, central office, district office supports must support principals as instructional leaders, so that our principals can support educators, so that educators are therefore able to support students. And so the focus, as you go through and see the full 400-page budget book, it should be clear how the resources of the district are focused on supporting, ultimately supporting our classrooms, because it is that centrality of the classroom that is most important. Now, within this, we've had a number of district priorities. And so the priority that has been in place really since 2005 and continues is maintaining the quality of what we do for our students, and the quality that our community has come to expect, both in terms of programs and services, in face of continued both the historic enrollment growth and continued enrollment growth. The second is maintaining our small class sizes. Our class sizes this year are slightly lower, not because of change in enrollment, but through better and more effective use of buffer zone assignments in some of our most crowded schools. For example, Driscoll last year had a number of classes that were at 25 and potentially above in the upper grades, and they're this year at 24s and 25. So a slight change, but again, managing those class size. Our average class size is closer to 21 in the district. It's a little higher than 21, fractionally higher. And we have a range of 16 through 25 in that. So continues to be important work for the district. The third is to ensure that our students have engaging and access to in-depth, engaging, high-quality curriculum and instruction. And so you see throughout our budget supports of departmental offices, curriculum coordinators, so that they are constantly able to review, renew, refresh, reinvigorate curriculum, and have the resources, both in terms of dollars and time being the more challenging one, to support educators as those resources are renewed and refreshed. Number 4, we spent a lot of time at this board and others talking about our capital projects. So I'll just say that continues to be a key piece of our work. We have particular challenges that you know about relative to all of our space challenges, the 9th school, the high school expansion, the Driscoll renovation. At the end of my budget presentation, I will share with the select board the findings from the state review of the complaint that was filed and some of the work that we are doing to resolve those findings. And lastly, continuing our work to eliminate the persistent gaps, the opportunity gaps that lead to outcome gaps in our schools based on race, ethnicity, language, income, and disability. Now, our challenges were significant this year. So, a year on from a very successful override where the voters overwhelmingly supported increasing the resources available to the school department, we had three significant hits. First was a reduction in lower than expected town revenue growth. And an increase in charges, which we understand, right? This is not it costs more, for example, for refuse removal. So it was just an unanticipated charge. Recycling costs a lot more. And so combined, the lower revenue and the additional costs that show up through the town-school partnership was an overall reduction in what was projected for the school department of $327,000. Within the school department budget, there were a number of funds, both revolving funds and other sources of revenue that included transfers, budget transfers, revenue offsets that are just no longer viable. They no longer generate the equivalent offset or revenue and are a part of our current fiscal year challenge. They just simply didn't generate dollars. So it was fiscally, the most fiscally responsible thing to do was to remove that $406,000 line of revenue, again, from other sources, including transfers and offsets from the budget. So you can see those two hits alone were a $730,000 plus decrease in the school department budget. And then the most impactful has been a significant increase in our out-of-district tuition expenses, seeing a 27% increase over the budget from FY18 to FY20. And it's important to note that the out-of-district tuition increases are significant, but it is not a large number of students. Out-of-district tuitions can range anywhere from $80,000 on a very low end to $250,000 on a high end. And then transportation per student typically ranges $20,000 to $30,000 per student. And so your all-in costs are anywhere from the low $100,000s, $110,000, to close to $300,000. And so when you see $1 million increase in out-of-district tuition, that is a small number of students, 6, 7 students, which in a district of 8,000 is not a wild swing, but it is a very significant swing fiscally. And so I will talk to the select board through what we've done in creating the FY20 budget to sort of create insurance from being hit faced with such a big increase in future years. So what you see is a $1.8 million budget challenge, $1.3 million of which is due to increased special education costs, increased legal service costs, and a correction to the athletic program. And I will explain the athletic program a little further on. So it was about $1 million in out-of-district tuition and about $300,000 of that $1.3 million, about $300,000 for legal services and athletics. So in solving that $1.8 million budget gap, we continued to focus on these three primary areas. How do we maintain our current staffing levels and fulfill our contractual obligations? How do we respond to our continued ongoing enrollment increases? And how do we continue some of the strategic investments that voters so enthusiastically approved just last spring? Most notably, our work around diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so you will see as I go through how we maintained commitments in those areas. So what we have done, so for item number 1, maintaining current staffing levels, fulfilling contractual obligations. The vast majority of our expenses are personnel expenses. Our budget of nearly $120 million for FY20, just over $104 million of that $120 million is personnel expenses. So 67% of the increase in the FY20 budget is the cost, the increased salary costs. What we have done is we have held aside, we are in the midst of bargaining successor contracts. So we've held the equivalent of 5%, 2% for cost of living increases, and 3% for steps and lane increases for 3 bargaining units, our Unit A, Unit B, and our paraprofessional unit. Now, excuse me, that is not to precondition bargaining. If the percentage was lower or higher, we obviously will have to adjust our budget accordingly. But this is, for planning purposes, what we have held in reserve in the budget that we're bringing forward, the FY20 budget, for pending collective bargaining outcomes. And that funding, just as a reminder, was within the projections for FY20. I will just answer, I will assume that I will get a question about steps and lanes and why it's 3%. As the district has grown, typically the new positions that have been added, educators who have applied for and been hired into those positions have less years in education. We have also started seeing more retirements of people who have been a part of the public schools of Brookline for 25, 28, 35, 44 years. Mr. Jeff Tagnell is retiring after 44 years of service to the town of Brookline. As people are hired and have less experience, they move at a faster rate through steps and lanes. And so we see a salary savings in terms of who we're hiring, but we see an increased cost in terms of steps and lanes. So there's a real trade-off. It's not sort of a net financial benefit necessarily having educators that have less years experience, because we see the impact in the steps and lanes. And so this 3% is not an estimate. This is something that the finance office has calculated based on, for this fiscal year, based on the number of years service and the lane moves that our current educators will be making. Now, in return, with respect to the second item, responding to our enrollment increases and the growing complexity of our students, we have maintained several of the items that were included in the operating override. So I'm going to skip to, well, I'll go to the third bullet, which shows that in the next 5 years, the bulk of our enrollment growth is anticipated to be at BHS. We anticipate that 5 years from now, Brookline High School will be 429 students larger than it is today, which is the reason that we are embarking on a massive expansion project, and the reason that you see further down that this budget increases staffing at the high school with 7 additional teaching positions at BHS, which is what we projected and included in the override budget this time last year. We also, if you go to the third open bullet down at the bottom, we're increasing by 1 educational leader position at Brookline High School. This position next year will be an associate dean position, a new associate dean position. It's necessary for 2 reasons. 1, the overall enrollment growth. We need an additional associate dean to support students and to support faculty. Excuse me. We needed even more next year, dividing the high school across a much larger campus, with Old Lincoln entering into the radius of the BHS campus. And so it's important both on a temporary basis to have that additional associate dean, and long-term with the enrollment growth. We have been able to maintain in this budget, the FY20 budget, also the 3 student support positions that were included as a part of the override budget. And so we're increasing guidance this coming year in our elementary schools. Our guidance ratios have been historically both the highest and the most disparate in our elementary schools. We took a step last year in correcting that. We had an elementary school that had a 1 to 550 ratio of students to guidance. We brought that down significantly. We're aiming at our elementary schools to get a 1 to 275 ratio. We will get very close to that ratio with this 1.0 allocation to guidance, and then we can go back to work to decrease the guidance ratios at the high school, which are more around 1 to 225, 1 to 230 right now. We continue to see a growth in our English language learners. We have grown, and we've nearly doubled the size of our English learner population in the last decade. We're on track to hit 1,000 English language learners in the public schools of Brookline, potentially this year, certainly next year. So we're adding an additional English language learner. I will say at any point, should more revenue become available, the number one priority for any additional staffing is a second additional English learner position and support for the English language learner program writ large. It's just a program that educators do incredible work, and as the program continues to grow, it is a really important area of need. We're also adding another nurse, again, working to keep our nursing ratios low. We have a quite favorable ratio of students to nurses in the public schools of Brookline. We continue to see a growing complexity of student needs, and our nurses are serving students nonstop throughout the day. And so this is an important addition as well. Lastly, what we've done is that this budget does increase completely to cover our circuit breaker, our out-of-district tuition expenses. It includes a projection of increased students, whether we will see that or not, into next year. So we're projecting a budget that can serve 4 to 5 students more than we currently have placed out of district. We have also created a reserve account within the budget for out-of-district tuition, which has typically, for the better part of a decade, been held around $300,000. We're increasing that to $475,000. And so we're building into the budget both we've built in funding for students yet to be placed out of district and a much larger reserve fund to support any possible growth in our out-of-district tuitions. And then finally, I should say that there are 3 areas where we included in the override budget growth positions, and we are not moving forward with those. We included 3 elementary positions to account for continued growth in our elementary schools. And based on an analysis of our current enrollment, we will not be moving forward with those 3 positions. So I've removed those from the budget in an effort to balance the significant budget deficit. I'm doing that in 3 ways. First, Pierce, for the last 6 years, has had 5 entering kindergarten classes. I tried to reduce that to 4 this year, and I was unsuccessful. I didn't think that I could do it, but worked really hard. Based on our current enrollment projections and based on very careful buffer zone assignments across multiple buffer zones, so from Driscoll to Coolidge to Lawrence to Pierce to Lincoln, buffering families that live in buffer zones away from Pierce and into the other school within the buffer zone. I believe that this year we can manage down to 4 kindergartens at Pierce. There's actually 2 reasons that is a good idea. It's one, a good idea because it's 5 kindergartens is a lot at Pierce, and we just don't have any more space at Pierce. We're already spending $250,000 to rent the Pierce loft. We would need to rent more space that's just quite simply not available. There's no additional space to rent if the school continues to grow. So if there are ways to manage the size of Pierce based on our enrollment projections and based on our ability to assign to various schools within buffer zones, it's the right thing to do to help, again, manage what has been really uncontrolled growth at Pierce and the limits of space, which I would argue was passed many years ago, given that it's a campus now across multiple buildings. At Coolidge Corner, we have a number of FTE at the school. When the school was divided into 2 sites, the total staffing was increased. Coming back to one site, we can use the existing FTE to schedule the growth of that final class. There are currently 4 8th grades this year. Next year there will be 5 8th grades, but we can manage that with the existing staff. So we don't have to reduce any staff from the consolidation. It was a decision made this year not to do any reductions to help ease what was a very difficult move back into one building. I mean, any school move is incredibly challenging. And lastly, at Lawrence, our current 7th grade numbers are right on the cusp. There are 4 7th grades, but the numbers are relatively low. And Lawrence has one of the highest student turnover rates ranging between 14 and 18% a year, and looking at the trends of who will likely be leaving Lawrence in the current 7th grade, I believe that we will not need to have 4 sections of 8th grade, that the current 4 sections of 7th grade can transition into 3 sections of 8th grade. Very importantly, our numbers don't support it, and again, facility-wise, there is absolutely not a single space at Lawrence. Even if this board and the school committee were to direct me to find a space at Lawrence, I could not find it. There's absolutely no way to gain an additional space at Lawrence unless we got rid of the library. And
You know,
that's
there
just
was
not
some
something-
who were saying that we should burrow under the park.
Well,
That was a proposal.
a complex project.
Right.
And then lastly, we're continuing forward with our strategic investments. So we have hired our Senior Director for Educational Equity. She started right around Election Day this year, has been an unbelievable addition to the public schools of Brookline and quite frankly to the entire town. We have held most of what we had projected for her as a budget for professional development. We had projected $280,000. That was what was included in the override. We reduced that to $200,000. We are continuing to fund at appropriate levels the resources to support math program review. I will take you back to a hearing a year ago, and Select Person Heller said, I worry, we included $371,000 in the override to support the materials that demands that come out of program review. And Select Person Heller said, I worry that in a tough budget, that would be the first to go. And so I want to both recognize that I held that statement throughout this challenging budget and believe that it is important. If we're going through program review, we need the resources both for materials and professional learning. So that $371,000 is held whole in this budget and in future projections. We continue to fund our district financial assistance policy, and we continue to hold the funds to subsidize South Brookline transportation. And I already spoke to the amounts that we're holding in reserve for the outcome of collective bargaining. So our budget, as currently proposed, is balanced. We got to balance about 2 weeks ago, and so I am pleased to say that we are there. This is a lot of detail. I'm happy for the Select Board to go through the level of detail. Whatever level, I don't have a pointer, I apologize, would be most helpful. But you can see the way that this chart is put forward is what was in the override amount, the FY20 column, what was the modification in the middle column, and then what's the change. And so if we look, for example, and there's actually an error in the example I'm going to use. So I will use this example to correct the error. The Public Building Division, the FY20 override held $200,000 for the Public Building Division to support the maintenance of the schools. That has remained unchanged. We did not modify that, and so the final column should have a 0. That I will correct that so that it is unchanged. If you look, for example, at the revenue, you can see the amount on the first column, what the override projection was, what the modification was, and what the change in our budget projection was. I think that's what is, I think, most important is where did we find the reductions. And so you can see for FY20, our salary projections to our modification, we actually reduced our salary based on turnover and actual hires this year. Our salaries are $329,000 less than we had budgeted, so we built that in. Our turnover savings, we typically, the past 3 years, have tried to achieve $1 million in turnover savings. I wanted to budget $375,000 this year. $1 million is incredibly hard to achieve. We're now aiming for $800,000 in savings. We had a personnel adjustment. We took some positions out of the budget through attrition. So there's $129,000 savings there. You can see the differences in tuition. If you look at the tuition line item, we had projected $300,000 of tuition increases. We are seeing a $1.1 million increase, so that was an overall $826,000 increase. Additional reductions, this top column, you see where those 3 elementary classroom positions were taken out, so a reduction. Our guidance and nursing positions, the actual budget was a little higher, so it was $8,000 higher than budgeted. And again, we can go through, sort of position by position how we balanced it. Quite honestly, we took a lot of funds the past number of years. A lot of funds had been used that had been designated for contracted services, for professional learning, and for supplies to cover personnel expenses. And so we've made those reductions permanent and put that money into personnel, specifically stipends for coaching positions, additional pay for teachers, so that it is truly all budgeted, so there are no surprises. I think the biggest change is in athletics, and again, I am happy to go through sort of any number of these. What we did, if you look at second from the top under personnel, the second line, we've increased our budget for athletics by $416,000. That was not something that was included in the override. Athletics for countless years has been funded exclusively off the fees that families pay. It's $300 per sport per athlete, and there's no reduction for multiple sports. So if you have 2 high schoolers who are playing 3 sports each, you're paying $1,800. The reality is that $300 is in alignment with our peer districts. It is not significantly lower or higher. It really is in the average, and it feels like the right fee amount on average for athletics. At that fee amount, as the high school has grown, more athletics have been added to meet the demand of a 2,200 student school. And the athletics revolving fund simply couldn't keep up. And for the past couple of years has been running a deficit anywhere from $250,000 to $450,000. And so what we've done is we've taken the personnel costs that were paid via that revolving fund, our athletic director, our assistant to the director, and our coaching pay, and we've taken it off the revolving fund and we've built it into our operating budget. Quite simply, athletics are a part of our operation. It's not something that we really believe is an option. And so given that, we needed to build that into the operating budget. There continues to be about $300,000 of additional charges that are paid for athletics, so some additional coaching positions, field rentals, equipment, officials, transportation that will be fully funded off of that revolving fund. So that revolving fund, by making this budget move, we bring both the athletic department into fiscal health and we bring that revolving fund into fiscal health. So that's one important change that I wanted to highlight for the select board. Again, I'm happy to go through in detail any and all of these specific line items. I want to end with this to show that our change from the projection, if you look at the bottom, was a $1.8 million budget gap. We managed down $1.657 million, and that left us with $173,000, and that actually comes back to the schools via the town school partnership from the budget reduction that was voted at special town meeting last fall. It was a one-time budget reduction to cover our deficit from the end of last fiscal year, and so that gets added back into the base, and that brings us into sound fiscal standing. Just 2 things to add for the select board. This year, we entered into the year with a significant budget deficit, again driven largely by increased special education costs. I froze the budget in early January. I froze all funds. We have identified just over $1 million of funds to cover our personnel expenses, and believe at this point that all of our personnel expenses are covered. And so we're in the process of releasing remaining supply, material, contracted service funds back to budget managers, holding about a little over $100,000 in reserve for some unanticipated expenses. Given all that work that has happened, I believe that we are on track to end this fiscal year not in the red like last year, but on budget and in balance. It's not a move that I like to take. Budget freezes are always challenging, but it's allowed us as an entire district to do the work that needed to get done to make sure that all of our additional pay, all of our stipended positions, that the funds were identified and properly allocated so that there are no surprises, and we are in a good position at this point. So like I said, we are in the process of unfreezing some of the remaining funds to do that. I will say that the part of that $1 million deficit is for this current fiscal year is athletics. Part of that is the continued ongoing food service deficit that we're working to resolve this year as well. The last thing that I'll share with the select board, and then I'll turn things over. I've been talking for a while. I apologize for monopolizing the microphone. Relative to the building projects, and number 4 of our priorities on an early slide, we did receive a finding from the state when they reviewed the complaint that was filed about the inadequacy of spaces that the district provides for special education students and English language learners. There's an additional complaint filed that we didn't provide proper spaces to support students in the RISE program at Runkle. I am pleased to say that the state found that we are fully in compliance at Runkle, both in how we're scheduling the building and in how we staff the building. They noted that we have nearly a 1-to-1 student to staffing ratio at Runkle in support of students. And so the state has no finding relative to that complaint. And so that is very good news. They did find, however, that at a number of our schools, Baker, Lincoln, Heath, Driscoll, and Pierce, that there are inadequate spaces that are used both for, in particular, hallway spaces used for special education and English language learners. And we have to resolve that by the end of April. And so our Office of Student Services is doing work. It will have impacts. We don't have space. And so there will be pinch points as we solve that in the short term. Some of the spaces that we have available are spaces like our early childhood spaces, like our extended day spaces. We may have to subdivide some larger rooms. It will not be easy to solve some of the space challenges. In particular at Driscoll, I think that actually will be one of the more challenging ones. I will say that the finding for Pierce is more complex. In particular, the nurse's office is not handicap accessible. Mr. Simmons has studied the nurse's office repeatedly and found that it was anywhere from $500,000 to $750,000 to make that space handicap accessible. And the state has required that we come up with a plan to make that office accessible to all students. And so that's going to be particularly challenging. Finding that we have to resolve in the short term is not a finding that can wait until a future Pierce project. Any funds that are required for any of these schools will likely come out of Mr. Simmons. Works really hard with the school department to build what you likely know as the mini CIP. It's about $100,000 of maintenance, important maintenance work, repainting, sort of small but important repairs to our schools. And we would likely have to divert some of those funds to resolve any of these findings. So more to come on that. I wanted to share the finding with the select board as a part of this presentation. Casey Miller, our Deputy Superintendent for Student Services, will be updating the school committee on progress this Thursday. And either she or I can come back to the select board and update you later this month on plans that we will have in place to resolve those findings.
Okay. Questions from the board? Yeah.
I have one small question. Regarding the special ed out-of-district expenses, how many total special ed students are there out of district?
So the budget is for 68 in the current fiscal year, growing to 71 in FY20 or 72. Your specific question today, I don't know how many students are out of district today, but I can get that number.
How does that compare to peer districts?
Our rates are actually relatively low. there are districts that have much higher out-of-district rates. Lexington, for example, has a much higher percentage of students who are out of district. I can get the comparables on a number of districts for you, but it is work that Brookline has done for a number of years. Dr. Schmuckler worked incredibly hard to build really robust in-district programs and strengthen in-district programs that have already been built. And Ms. Noel Miller is working to continue that and continue strengthening. So where in other districts you may have students in the Adaptive Learning Center or the RISE program who would otherwise be out of district, we have really strong offerings in district. And so I think, again, a district where we have nearly 8,000 students and less than 70 are in out-of-district placements is a very good ratio. It is unlikely, besides sort of some sort of chance, that it would drop significantly lower.
So picking up on that theme, I'm struck by the unexpected increase and wondering what is driving that. And I can think of two things sort of off the bat, but I'm sure there's other options. One is an influx of new students who require out-of-district placements, or an exhaustion of in-district solutions to complex medical or educational needs. So is it one or the other, a combination of both, or is there something in door 3 that I'm not thinking of?
This growth is primarily move-ins. Either move-ins where students already had out-of-district placement or move-ins where out-of-district placement was in process in the sending district. I think the fear, of course, with space challenges is that we could start seeing students who would otherwise succeed in district programs when space is no longer available going out of district. But for this year, it has been primarily move-ins.
And there was no advance warning of that? Figuratively, people walked in on September 1 and said, here I am, I moved in, and I need an out-of-district.
Occasionally we get warnings. We often get warnings before a student, or sort of notice. Warning is the wrong word. I think fair notice before a student enrolls, but far after the budget was approved. Yep. And so that's really the reason why in this next fiscal year's budget, not only did we increase the tuition amount to support 71 or 72 students out of district, but we added a $475 reserve fund. The other thing that we did in this budget that I didn't share is that we funded 4 special education positions that are unassigned. They're actually positions that we don't need right now. So we have funded the positions, but there's no one in the position. Also to hold in reserve should a student move in who requires services and wouldn't be placed out of district. So say a student moves in and needs one-to-one nursing services in order to be successful during the school day, or some other complicated service. We have actually held in reserve, on top of the $475,000 tuition reserve, a reserve of 4 FTEs, which at $84,000 in FTE is a significant amount of money for potential move-ins, and it's been a priority to keep that. I, quite frankly, would like another $200,000 on top of that in reserve for materials, equipment that we may need. I quite simply wasn't able to build that into this budget, and I feel comfortable with the tuition reserve amount and the FTE reserve. I hope in FY21 to get an additional $200,000 built in reserve for equipment needs that a student may have should they move in.
Anything else?
Well, it sounds as if, you've managed to, through the steps you've taken by freezing the budget, et cetera, to cover the deficit. I just hope that we can continue to manage, especially the growth. Mm-hmm. I think the growth is, how many additional students did we take in this year?
So our October 1 numbers were 45 higher than October 1 the year before. I don't have in front of me how much it's fluctuated since then,
right.
Because we have in and out.
And
we're entering into another sort of late March into April is another high enrollment period for move-ins. So we are entering into another period of enrollment. We've done a much better job, I would say. would also add in communicating kindergarten enrollment. We've gotten a significant number of our kindergarten families already enrolled, and so that allows us to better plan going into the summer.
Have you done that by contacting daycares, et cetera?
An incredible amount of outreach, not only to child care throughout the town, but to our own families in the BEEP program. Ironically, historically, some of the last folks to register for kindergarten have been the families in the public schools of Brookline programs, and that's, shame on us, right? That's not sort of anyone else's fault. And so we've done a lot of work to flip that so that we have those enrollments done. We actually have over 400 kindergartners already enrolled, which is about 100 higher than we have had in the last 5 years at this point in the year. And again, I do not believe that is a spike in kindergartners. I believe we're more effectively reaching the families of kindergarten age children.
The other thing I wondered about in terms of the special ed issues is whether or not you can attribute the fact that we have so many in-house programs to the students beginning in the BEEP program. I mean, because they do, we are obligated by law to begin educating the special needs children at the age of 3. And then we have developed a program where we take in other kids who are regular education students who complement that. And I'm wondering whether there's any statistic about how many of those students actually stay.
I can get the statistic. There is. I don't know it offhand, but I can get the statistic for the board. What I will say is that you're absolutely correct. The early childhood program, the BEEP program, is incredibly successful. Just unbelievable educators that work so incredibly hard and well with all children that come in, and I think that really set the foundation for success for so many students. And I think that's actually a real benefit to the town. Right. And one of the challenges is based on enrollment, and I think you know where I'm going with this. We could sustain, based on our wait list on applications, 27 early childhood classrooms. We can only at this point run 20 to 21. Depending on the year. It's 20 next year with the high school project and having to move the BEEP classroom out of the high school. Right. So there is continued demand, and it's a program that for so long has just been so successful for an incredible range of students and families.
And the tuition greatly offsets the cost of that program.
About half.
For the regular ed students.
Yeah, about half. So about $2.7 million of the cost is in Office of Student Services, and the remaining, I forget if it's 2.4 to 2.8 million. I don't have the budget book in front of me. Is offset tuition costs. So it is a program that is both funded via that revolving fund and via Student Services. I will also say that for years the early childhood program and really Vicki Milstein's vision has done incredible work to ensure that it's accessible to families of all income levels, and that the tuition rate does not dissuade families from applying. Mm-hmm. There's a great deal of tuition assistance that is able to be afforded to families based on need, based on how the budget the overall budget is developed. And I think that's a really important part of the program as well.
Selectperson Franco.
So I know we could go all night, but I've got one final question for you, and it's about Chapter 70. We're having a robust discussion across the state. You can't help but pick up the newspaper in the morning and read an article about Chapter 70. So can you do 2 minutes on what that conversation means for the district in your budget coming up?
So the governor's budget would net a very small increase to the town of Brookline, and Deputy Town Administrator Melissa Goff already built that into our budget projection. So the governor's Chapter 70 reform would net sort of on the scale, and again, I don't have the number in front of me, around $150,000 increase for Brookline. I think that the House and Senate budgets would likely result in additional funding. And so I think that those are really important budgets, and that process is really important to follow. I think the other piece that's really important for all, anyone who is interested, for all elected officials, is advocating for a reasonable reimbursement rate for the circuit breaker. Part of the circuit breaker was originally intended to be funded at 75%. It was dropped to 68%. It was increased to 71%. Like, it is a moving target, and it does not reimburse for all of our costs for out-of-district tuition. We're responsible for nearly the first $50,000. It's not quite $50,000, and then we're reimbursed a percentage of all the additional costs. And so, any increase in that reimbursement rate benefits all towns and certainly benefits us. And so, I think that the competing bills, the Senate and the House bills, are certainly ones to watch, and in terms of increased school funding, are the ones to advocate for. I think they'll result in more funding for all cities and towns, and I think it would be a benefit to Brookline. And no matter what bill is ultimately passed, I think continued advocacy for the full reimbursement for circuit breaker, the circuit breaker account is critically important.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is DPW. Second largest budget, besides the schools. Largest budget on the town side. Thank you, kind sir.
Thank you.
How's it?
Go for it.
I'm here before you tonight to present the FY20 budget for the Department of Public Works. I have my entire senior management team here with me in the back, and they're available to answer any questions you may have. I'm going to probably try to blow through this very quickly. $2 million a minute will get about 20, 22 minutes. So,
Bernard.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah.
This is our organizational chart. There are no changes to our FTEs this year. We're still at 164 full-time and about 9 temporary part-time positions. You're familiar with the fact that we have 4 major divisions: water and sewer, highway sanitation, and fleet services, parks and open space, and engineering and transportation division. And all of the division directors are here with me tonight. We answer to several boards and commissions in an advisory nature. Those appear in the gray box up in the top right-hand corner. And this chart details all of the major functions of the department, all of our major workflows. The total budget, not including MWRA, this budget includes water and sewer, but not what we pay through to the MWRA, is about $23.5 million, and it's divided for each division as shown. If you add in the MWRA figure of $20 million, about $20.5 million, that brings the total department budget to just a bit over $44 million. And we'll get into the major changes in a minute to the budget. What I'm going to try to do is just dwell a few minutes on the numbers of the budget, what's changed from FY19, highlight some of the changes. I want to talk about some of our goals for FY20, and then I'd just like to present you with a few of our major accomplishments from FY19, and then we can open it up for questions. The DPW side of the budget, again, not including water and sewer this time, is about $15.5 million. You can see the bulk of our budget, almost 54%, is for personnel, 26% for services, almost 7% for capital equipment, and so on. some of the summary changes to the departmental budget. Personnel fixed costs have increased about $55,000. This is the service side of the budget. Data storage services, this is primarily for the banking services related to the changeover to the IPS digital parking meters. The big number there, of course, for almost $450,000 is for solid waste disposal, and I will get into the detail on that just a little bit later. The $8,000 for landscape services, this is a contractual item that increases about 2.5% each year, and that was from the original override for that. We're showing a decrease this year in professional technical services of about $50,000. That was because in FY19 we added $75,000 for the TDM study and transportation. So that money has now been removed for FY20, but we're increasing it back up a little bit by $25,000 to include some site monitoring at the recently completed rear landfill closure project. So the net change is a reduction of $50,000. Utilities, slight changes up and down in both electricity, natural gas, gasoline, diesel fuel. Some small changes in water and sewer charges, primarily due to a decrease in park water usage, and a big decrease, $384,000 in capital equipment. And I just wanted to explain this a little bit to you. We lease a lot of our equipment. We have, as of FY19, a $1 million budget for capital equipment replacement. A lot of that is done through 3 or 4 year leases. So each year, the amount of money that we use for leasing changes. Some leases are paid off. And this year, in particular, the leases for the 2 pay-as-you-throw packers that we purchased are paid off this fiscal year in FY19. Those leases amounted to about $300,000. So that figure has gone down. But each year, some of the leases go up, some of the leases are paid off, so the number fluctuates back and forth.
So after we're done with the lease, we own the piece of equipment?
We own the equipment, yes.
So it's a financing scheme?
Correct.
Okay.
This year, the change in leases was about a $235,000 decrease, primarily through the payoff of the 2 large rubbish packers for pay-as-you-throw, and then an increase of some equipment for FY20 going forward. And also about a $150,000 decrease in capital equipment. That was the one-time override funds that you gave us last fiscal year. So that drops out of the budget, of course, going forward in the next fiscal year. So that's the $384,000 in capital equipment. I'd like to just talk a minute about solid waste disposal. You're looking at a big number there, $450,000, and the breakdown of that increase is as follows. I'll just go through it very quickly. $18,000 of the increase is for the increase in the disposal contract for municipal solid waste. It's it's about a 2% increase each year. It goes up about $2 per ton per fiscal year. So we build that in every year. For the collection of single-stream recycling, this is a service contract with the seller. The increase is $27,000 a year. Again, that's a kind of a flat rate increase of about 2.25% per year for the life of the contract. So those are normal increases for the collection. The processing of solid waste, generally we don't budget any money for that because that whole program was predicated on getting the processing free because of the market. But because of changes in the recycling market this year, primarily due to the closure of the market in China, and I've talked at length about that in the past, we now are carrying a figure of about $350,000 for FY20 just to cover processing. We went from really getting back a credit of anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000 a month back 4 years ago to this year. So far this fiscal year, we've already spent for processing almost $220,000 in 8 months. So it's, you know, it's anywhere between $25,000 and $30,000 a month that it's costing us to process our solid waste.
How does that compare to normal municipal solid waste? Is it still cheaper for recycling, or?
Well, right now, I knew you were going to ask that question.
I should have warned you.
Right now, it costs us $310 per ton to deal with our municipal solid waste.
Okay.
Rubbish, not recycling. About $250 per ton is for the collection of, curbside collection, and about another $61 per ton is for the disposal, once it's dropped at the transfer station. The actual disposal number is more like $76 or $78 a ton, but because we take in commercial waste to bring our plant, facility to capacity, we actually get a $140,000 rebate every year from our contractor, which comes off the top of the solid waste disposal number. So that knocks it from about $78 a ton down to $62 a ton, which is a pretty good deal for us. $310 a ton for municipal solid waste. As of right now, FY19, recycling is costing us $304 per ton to deal with our recycling. That includes $240 a ton to collect it, and right now about $64 per ton to process it. So the cost between solid waste and recycling are almost identical right now.
Wow.
coincidentally. Yep.
Wow.
So one could make the argument, well, if we were going to dispose of the solid, of the recycling, you know, it's costing us the same because the per ton price is the same. The problem is if you throw it into the waste stream, you don't have to pay the collection cost for recycling, so it actually becomes cheaper to do that. The problem is it's also illegal to do that, so you can't.
Yeah.
Can I ask you whether, in terms of the type of recycling material we get, so we have cardboard, paper, you know, anything on the 1 through 6 or 7 scale, glass, metal, are any of those things profitable?
No. The market for glass has pretty much dropped out. The last glass processing plant closed in Massachusetts 2 years ago. They are now using glass, and they're grinding glass and using it in road materials, asphalt, gravel, road-based materials, crushed stone. So I'm being told that one of the original paper plants, the paper pulp plants that was in Maine, which was forced to close. I should probably back up a little bit. One of the things that the close in the Chinese market did is it lowered the contamination rate of the product that was coming in from about 4% down to 0.5%. In other words, they would only take material that was only 0.5% contaminated. It's impossible to achieve. And by doing that, it just shut off the market. What happened was, though, that the businesses in China were at odds with the government of China when they did that. So the businesses in China, which operate paper plants, pulp plants, and the like, and take that raw recycled material and remanufacture it into finished products, are now forced to look elsewhere to get the raw material that they need. And the odd thing that I find is that they're coming here and buying up a lot of our old plants that were closed because of the change in the market. They're now buying them and reconstituting them, taking our, they plan on taking our recycled product, which could be anywhere from 6 to 15% contaminated, processing it in their rebuilt plants in the United States, and then shipping the purer product back to China to make into
They're
a
going to, in
finished
essence, clean it and then,
basically. So it's almost like a vicious circle, and the economics of it make absolutely no sense to me, but that's what's happening. Anyway, there's a paper plant in Maine that the Chinese have recently bought, and they are repurposing the plant, and they're going to do that very thing. So we're at least hoping that once that plant opens up, which is probably a year and a half, 2 years down the road, that at least there'll be a market for paper again, at least in the Northeast. So The plastics, plastics market sometimes is stale, sometimes they can sell it, but it changes almost daily. We have our contractor, Casella Waste Systems, come in every few months because of the volatility and all this, just to give us an update on where the markets are. And we met with them probably 3 weeks ago, and their forecast is things aren't going to change. They don't forecast them getting any worse over the next 6 months, but they don't forecast them getting any better either. So we're kind of stuck with what we have right now. So that's highlighting just a real high-level view of the solid waste number. I will tell you that pay as you throw, at least has been a positive success for us. For the first year of pay as you throw, which ended this past July, our solid waste tonnage decreased by almost 5.5%, or about 480 tons. The recycling increased about 1%, or about 41 tons. Not as much as I thought it would in the first year, but that could be due to other factors as well. So at least the trend is what we predicted, that recycling would go up, solid waste tonnage would go down. We did distribute about 12,600 carts of 3 different sizes, as you know. We spent hours and hours and hours trying to predict who would want what size cart. In other words, how many 35s, how many 65s, how many 95s. And when we actually put out the sheet, the application form for everybody to send back, our original numbers weren't that bad, really. We were off a little bit, so we adjusted our quantities and put the first order out. But I'll tell you that since then, I'm just going to give you an example. We initially delivered 6,936 35-gallon carts. After the first year, that number had dropped to 6,079, or almost 1,000 carts less. So people who had got 35-gallon carts turned them in for a bigger cart. We distributed almost 3,500 65-gallon carts. And that number rose to almost 4,400 in the first year. And then in the 95-gallon carts, we distributed 1,662, and that number rose to about 2,100. So people who thought they could get away with the smaller cart at the beginning then tended to shift back up to a larger size cart. I will tell you that we continue to this very day to deal with cart swaps regularly, every single day. And I'm going to be coming back before you sometime before the end of the fiscal year to talk to you about some of our fees in sanitation and perhaps putting a policy into place that limits the frequency that people can swap carts, because it has become a real huge labor draw on our department, just keeping up with cart swaps. And, once we take somebody's cart, we have to pick it up, we have to bring it back, we have to clean it and disinfect it and get it ready to redistribute, and then we have to deliver a new cart. So it's quite labor intensive. So we're going to talk a little bit about a service charge and a policy on the frequency of when people can swap that. So, but overall, the system's working great. The trucks are working great. The staff has adapted very nicely to the new system. I think that if you follow them down the street or watch them, how they maneuver their arm in between parked cars and whatnot, and grab that barrel and pick it up and dump it, I'm really pleased with the way it's all turned out. So,
Could I ask one more question, and that about in this area? And that is about the simple recycling, the pink bag program?
the pink bags, not the purple ones, the pink ones.
Not the purple ones, the pink ones.
That's working very well. In the first year of that program, we diverted 128,000 pounds of waste from the waste stream to primarily textiles. So it was almost 65 tons of material that were diverted out of the waste stream just due to that program. And as you know, that program doesn't cost us anything. It's all privately run. They drop the bags off, and when they're full, they pick them up, they mirror our collection routes, and then they leave a empty bag there when they take the old one away. So people have responded very favorably to it, and we do get a little bit of a revenue return from it. It's like, I don't know, 2 cents a pound, but at least it's something, and it's not costing us any money, and it's pulling material out of the waste stream. And don't forget that 65 tons of material, we're no longer paying to dispose of it at $300 a ton.
Right.
So
Yeah, no, I think it's a good deal.
it is. Purple bags are another story. We don't get the numbers to see how many, because the bags are dealt with on a wholesale level right directly to the vendors, so we don't see how many bags are purchased by the vendors. We only see what's at the curb to pick it up, and we're not seeing a lot of purple bags, which is probably an indication that at least the different size carts are picking up the load from most people.
Yeah.
So. The total change in the budget is $114,000 or less than 1%, 0.7% for FY20. Some of our expansion requests for FY20, we proposed a change. Two of my 4 division directors were at the D6 pay grade level, and 2 were at the D5 level, and that might have been okay, back 20 years ago, based on different responsibilities. But today, all 4 of our division directors are operating at a very high level, both professionally, technically, and are at full capacity. So I proposed to bring them all up to the same pay grade, and the town administrator was very gracious in approving that for us, so we thank him for that. The $25,000 for the landfill environmental monitoring, that was also approved. An upgrade from a highway laborer. Over the years, we've made a conscious effort to actually eliminate the lowest grade in our organization, which is the laborer grade, to try to bring in and encourage more folks to apply and give them more room to advance. So we've been consciously eliminating the laborers. We probably originally had, way back, probably a dozen laborers spread throughout the 3 different labor divisions. And I believe that this particular position is the last one left that's in for upgrade. And that one's going to be upgraded to a working foreman position. In parks, the laborer position was replaced by what we call a gardener laborer, which is a slightly higher grade. In water and sewer, the laborer position migrated to a pipe layer laborer position. And in highway, we have motor equipment operator 1 positions and also painter laborer positions that are slightly higher pay grade. The landscape services inflation, that's that normal inflation that we put in every year. That was also approved. The last one was for a new position, a new FTE in parks and open space, for a code enforcement visitor service supervisor. I know it's a very long title, but it's a very important position. And as you can see, all 4 of those were approved, and the last one is being held in abeyance pending additional funding capacity in the budget. The town administrator recognized the need for this position, and as we get down the road, if additional funding becomes available, we could certainly move in that direction. That would provide for more code enforcement, help with the Green Dog program, would also help with enforcement of all of our policies and procedures in public works. We try to cross-train on all of that. So it may be that at some point in the future, we can revisit that one. Talk just a minute. Yeah.
So, correct me if I'm missing something here, or not, if I don't know what I'm talking about. Labor positions historically have been positions that minority workers have filled. I assume that's still the case.
Yes.
Is there any impact on upgrading the laborer position to, in the way that you've described, on minority hiring, either positively or negatively?
I think it's been a positive impact on minority hiring. We're able to attract minorities also at that grade. It's slightly higher than the low-level position that it was. And it gives some sort of incentive and room for advancement that we're hoping that a person can be hired at that grade and grow with the organization. So I think it's a positive change.
Nice spillover.
Excuse me?
Nice spillover effect.
Yes. Just a minute or two about the water and sewer enterprise. The total budget for water and sewer is $28.5 million. If you can see, the bulk of it is the chunk that we paid to the MWRA. That's that $20 million figure, and that is for the purchase of wholesale water from the MWRA and the disposal of our sanitary storage back to the MWRA. Breakdown in categories of spending, I won't dwell on that, but it mirrors the rest of Public Works in terms of percentages. Some of the summary changes to the water and sewer budget. These are personnel changes. Because water and sewer is an enterprise, we show a line item for collective bargaining. That was $52,000, and that was for the contract that was approved several years ago, and then $2,600 for the annual step raises and longevity increases. Slight decrease in electricity, I guess, no, demand decrease. There are the assessments for water and wastewater. That's the big nut. And those, just a note on those were predicated on the estimated assessments that were published in February of this year. When we do the budget is done prior to our budget. The timing of our budget doesn't coincide with the MWRA's budget, I'll put it that way. So when the final MWRA budget is approved by their board in June, those numbers will change. Generally, they change for the better. And we come back to town meeting in November and do a budget amendment to reduce the water and sewer enterprise budget to reflect the actual figures. However, having said that, going forward, when we look at the new rate structures for fiscal 20, the new rate structure will be predicated on the actual numbers and not the estimated numbers. Just a little bit about rates. We were tasked last year to take a further look at water and sewer rates to deal with some of the perceived inequities in the rate structure. Fred Russell has been working with his task force that has, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 different citizens involved. We did also bring on a private rate professional to assist us in that study. We are going to be making a recommendation to the board with some changes to the structure itself for FY20 that we think that will be that will address the whole equity issue in terms of multifamily buildings and single-family homes. Our plan is to make that recommendation to the board, and then at that point, that begins the clock on a 30-day public notice period for a hearing, where residents can review the rate structure, and then at the end of the 30-day period, we'll come back before the board, and you can hold a public hearing on that, and we'll take testimony on that proposed rate structure. So the bottom, it's a zero-sum game. The bottom line is not going to change. The number is the number. But how we get to the number and how the rates are distributed is going to change a little bit, and I think that you'll be impressed when you see that recommendation probably in 3 or 4 weeks. So the remainder of the changes to the water and sewer budget, debt, as you can see, debt service is dropping substantially. It's decreased almost a little over $320,000 this year. That's because a lot of our water debt that we had held for years when we were doing the water cleaning and lining program is now being closed out. I think the last project we did with that money was back in 2000, so The bonds on that are now expiring. We do issue new debt for some of the wastewater improvements. You're all familiar with the soil relining project that we have going on around town, and we're interested in seeing the results of that. And the $150,000 decrease in the capital outlay, that was a item that was added into the 19 budget for some improvements to the water and sewer garage facility. So in FY20, that money, of course, drops back up. So just the same way with the capital outlay for the meter transmitter units, that amount drops out again in FY20. When we did the original meter replacement program, they had the radio transmitters had a fixed, the batteries had a fixed life. So now we're at a point where we're starting to replace those meter transmitter units going forward. So total budget change, as you can see, is $10,000, which is
Not much.
not much. Almost 0%. These are some of our objectives, our major objectives going forward for FY20. I'm just going to go through them very quickly. We talked about solid waste and single stream. Those two contracts will expire in June of 2020. So we are going to begin the process this summer of renegotiating those contracts if we can. I do want to point out to you one major item that's being talked about all over the country. The contract we currently have for recycling does not include a clause on the contamination rate of the recycling. And what's happening today is the trend is that the contractors, as these contracts expire, are putting clauses into the contracts that deal with the contamination of the material. So the higher the material is contaminated, the more you're going to pay. Some contracts in the area do have that in there now. I know Newton's contract with Waste Management has a contamination clause in it, and they're really up against it because the contamination rate is fairly high. But we're expecting to see some sort of contamination clause in the contract. I will tell you that normal contamination rates in this area are anywhere from 12 to 15%. Brookline's contamination rate, based on audits that are performed by the contractor monthly, is 6%. So we're way ahead of the curve, I believe, in terms of the material, the contamination rate of the material. So I'm hoping to be able to leverage that when we have conversations with the contractor and get a more favorable deal. So we'll be working on that this summer and this fall, trying to negotiate 2 new contracts, both with the haul and dispose of solid waste and the single stream collection and processing contract.
Have you done any education for people to understand that, it would be helpful to rinse out their plastic containers and...
I think our material now is very good, but we recognize it has some shortfalls. So we're in the process of redesigning our public education materials right now to try to have it more understandable for people to see what they should and should not discard and how to treat it before they discard it. So the whole thing now is getting the contamination rate lower, and that's what our new materials will be designed to do. So yes, we will be doing that. We're going to be, as you know, we're under contract now for the Complete Streets reconstruction of Pearl Street. We're looking forward to completing that project in FY20. We are going to begin the new fire alarm system with the wireless street boxes that's being funded in the FY20 budget. The materials and the equipment will be purchased. It'll be installed by Public Works personnel. And then the dispatch center at the Public Safety headquarters will be retrofitted to adapt to the new wireless street boxes and master boxes. We've launched a new project to look at the Complete Streets design for the rehabilitation of Washington Street, full length. This is a real exciting project. It's a big project. Probably won't happen for several years down the road, but but we've begun to look at the complete streets design. Washington Street, in my mind, is one of our major thoroughfares, and it's the perfect street to showcase a complete street design, so we're going to be moving in that direction in FY20. The work at Los Anderson Park is going to begin this year. Hopefully, we're going to complete the design review process for Cypress Field and Robinson Playground. We are most certainly going to continue the water bottle installation, the refilling stations in our parks for water bottles. I don't know if you've all seen the new rig that we have in water and sewer for dispensing nice ice-cold Quabbin drinking water. So it's quite a unit. And the big bear in the room, as always, is that we've got to continue marching forward on the implementation of the new US EPA MS4 Phase 2 stormwater regulations. But you're going to see increase in funding starting in a few years on that. Here's some of our accomplishments from FY19, the rail landfill closure. These are some aerial shots that were taken with our drone. You can see it's from different angles. The shot on the right is actually looking down towards the conservation area and Lost Pond. The shot on the upper left is a shot looking towards our recycling center and our transfer station. It's quite dramatic when you see it from the air. I only wish that we had the ability to take some of those aerial shots before we started working on it, so you could see the difference. The difference is quite dramatic. And I would invite anybody to, if you get a chance, to really take a ride up there and walk through the conservation area. It's really terrific. So, the sewer system, the relining project that I mentioned earlier. This is a picture of one of our sewers. I believe it's on Beacon Street, and as you can see, it's collapsed. That's actually the pipe before it enters a manhole. If you look in through the circle there, you can see the tip of our sewer jet sticking down from the manhole. But that's supposed to be where a pipe was, where you see all those bricks and debris. That pipe has been blown apart. So we go in there, and without digging, we actually can make a repair on that line. And this is what it looks like after we're finished.
Wow.
It's quite dramatic. That is a fiberglass resin liner that is pulled through the pipe. And it actually becomes a structural pipe within a pipe. And we're able to not only seal the pipe, but make it structurally sound once again.
So you guys are out there at 1 a.m.?
Well, that's the time it says on there, isn't it?
Yeah. Quick repair. 6:30 to 1 a.m.
We're advancing. We're doing area by area throughout town. We were up in the Washington Square area. We're trying to do this. This is going to be a multi-year project, and our aim is, at some point, is to get through the entire town. This seals out a lot of the stormwater and the groundwater that's infiltrating into our sewers and helps us, number one, get lower assessments from MWRA because we're hopefully not discharging as much sanitary sewage that's mixed with stormwater. And it also helps us in terms of the capacity of the system to be able to handle higher flows. I put the label new parks, but this is really the reconstruction of old parks. This is a shot of our new Emerson Gardens that was completed. This was the day, the opening day, and Erin does a terrific job with attracting a crowd on opening day. Here's the same picture of Brookline Avenue Playground that was opened up this past year. Two grand projects that were completed. And some of our other infrastructure improvements that we do every single day in the Highway Division. This was the LED streetlight replacement project, which is at this point 99% complete. We still have a few some rebate money to get back from Eversource, but in essence, the project is complete. All 3,600 streetlights that we own have been converted to LED. And I should also make a point to tell you that unlike other communities that contract all this work out, we purchased the equipment, the fixtures, and did all the installations in-house with Public Works staff. So they did a tremendous job. It was done over a 4-year period. And I can say overall, we were very pleased with the results. I will tell you that when we bid this project, when we bid the equipment, that there was an alternate to provide what they call a smart control system, which would have given us the ability to control the lights and dim the lights and do all kinds of great things with them over a web-based software program. The problem was back 4 years ago when we bid this work, the add-on was about $750,000, which was very pricey. The problem was that the DPU did not have an energy rate that would allow us to take advantage of any savings that we got from the dimming of the lights. So that's now changed. The DPU has implemented what they call the S2 energy rate, which allows now for companies like Eversource and National Grid to use the self-metering feature of our light fixtures for billing purposes. So now if we decide to dim the lights, say at 11 o'clock at night, we can take advantage of that energy savings because of that new S2 rate. So it now makes the purchase of a control system more economically viable. In addition to that, the $750,000 price tag has dropped significantly in 4 years, and it's probably down now around $300,000 or $350,000. So it's been cut in half. So that, with the various rebates that are available for such a program through Eversource, and the ability to get some energy savings as well, makes it a very attractive project. So we're in the process of looking into that at this point. And if it works out, you will see that appear in a future CIP for funding. Highway Division is doing sidewalk replacements every single day for most of the year when we're not plowing snow. But these guys, I've been in this business a long time. These guys, I would match up to any contractor that you've ever seen in terms of the quality of work that they do. Kevin Johnson and his supervisors really took the time to train and bring the people in to train in-house staff in order to be able to do this work. And I'd match them up with anybody. They do a terrific job. And we replace a lot of sidewalk in-house every single year, which is generally matched through the CIP program. We do appropriate $300,000 in the CIP to do sidewalk replacement work contractually. So we have two different programs going on at the same time to get a lot of sidewalks replaced. So that's all I have.
Okay. We still have a lot to do. Just a couple of quick questions. I've been pressed to ask you about the possibility of a composting pilot in some of our schools.
Right now, there is a limited composting pilot that's being done in this. I believe it's in 2 schools. And we have diverted some of our grant funding from DEP to the schools for the ability to do that. I believe out of the $30,000 or $40,000 we get in grant funding, we were able to divert $10,000 or $15,000 of that to help offset some of the costs for the school pilot program. I know it's done at the high school and maybe one other school. We took
Lincoln,
yeah. We took the liberty of getting some quotes to do all the schools. In other words, we advanced the pilot program to a full-out composting program. And the numbers came in anywhere from $40,000 to $75,000 to do that. We don't have the capacity in the FY20 budget to do that, although we're being told from our contacts at DEP that there may be a state grant available in fiscal '20 of up to $60,000 per community for composting, for school composting. So we're keeping an eye on that. We would certainly support, the ability to advance composting in the schools, and at some point down the road, even to look at it, town-wide.
Sure.
When the time is right to do that. I don't think the time is right now, but certainly the schools is a good place to start. We support that effort. We don't have the ability to fund it other than what we're funding now, but we're certainly going to try to get DEP funds to try to help offset the bulk of that cost going forward. And if we can do that, then, we'll make that available to the schools and they can expand the program. So we're being told right now that about 8% of our waste stream is compostable. DEP says that it could be up to 25%. Our actual audits, we do waste audits regularly. Our audits have shown that it's more like 8 to 10%. So.
And last question that I have concerns pesticides in our parks. So I guess this is for Erin. So what pesticides do we use, or don't we?
Good evening, Erin Galentine, Director of Parks and Open Space. I really appreciate the question of what we use for herbicides and pesticides in Brookline. We use very, very few and very small quantities of pesticides. We use Roundup, and that is only used when calls come in regarding poison ivy. And it's poison ivy at schools and in playgrounds and where people have possibly direct contact. We have plenty of poison ivy that's, sort of higher up in the trees or in the nature sanctuaries, and we let them be. But we do treat those that will have direct contact. In particular, we go out when we get calls that come in, and they're largely from the schools. We also use hornet and wasp treatment. That, again, is for treatment of wasp nests, largely at the schools or in the playgrounds. Again, that's really infrequent, but with the severe allergies, those are requests that we go out and respond to. And the last one that we use is a fungicide for black spot in the rose garden. We don't use herbicides or pesticides on our athletic fields, otherwise in our parks and open spaces. I think that we are unique to communities across the country in this regard. In the past, we have applied Conserve. This was to treat winter moth. This was 4 years ago. And we had a population of winter moth that actually had exploded. It was causing significant adverse effect on the health of our trees and defoliation to the extent that it was killing our trees. So we had public meetings, public notice, and sprayed at night. We considered that, sort of the pros and cons associated with treatment or not treatment, and liability and public safety associated with great loss of our public shade trees. And the other item that we've used, but we actually haven't used in a couple of years, it's not a pesticide, but dormant oil. It's a listed material. We've used that for the treatment of hemlock woolly adelgid. It actually is an oil that smothers the insect on the aphid actually on the needles. But we watch the populations, and we haven't used that product in the last 2 years. So big picture, I have certified applicators that are licensed, but we use very, very small quantities and are really judicious about what we use and when.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to discourage you from getting rid of that poison ivy, but are there any alternatives to Roundup, either currently on the market or that may be coming onto the market in the future?
We'll keep our eye. We certainly are always looking at new and greener products. We will sometimes cut the vines if they're growing up the trees. We'll cut sort of at the base of the tree or kind of within reaching distance to not use product. But right now, we're finding that that is the most effective.
It is very effective.
And there are plenty of worse products on the market, I will say.
So, question for Mr. Papasturgeon. Is there any reason why, pending the rollout of a composting program school-wide, local PTO couldn't do their own school program?
Nothing stopping them as far as I'm concerned. I mean, if they wanted to do such a thing, we'd provide whatever support we could. Sure.
What type of support would that be?
Educational materials, appearances, speaking to the students. So,
There is actually another, I guess you'd call it a source of funding. It's very small, but if people in the community want to compost on their own, and they contract with, I believe it's a company called Black Earth, that company will, for every person who signs up for their service, they will provide a small amount to the schools. So that's another way for people who are interested in composting the schedule of when they pick up and how often, et cetera, is you determine that with the company and how much you have. But that is an avenue. It's very small, but every little bit helps.
it is, and that company is Black Earth, and they, for every person that signs up, they do give $10 back to the school program.
Right.
So,
Okay, anything else? We have a lot of stuff still.
I would be remiss if I did not mention one more thing. Your Department of Public Works was the first agency in New England 8 years ago to become accredited nationally. Accreditation is good for 4 years, and you have to be renewed. We've already gone through one renewal in 2015. We are up this summer for our second renewal. There are 20,000 public works agencies in North America, and we were the 70th agency to become accredited in all of North America. So I like to broadcast that just to highlight the incredibly talented and professional team that we have working in the Public Works Department in the town of Brookline. So I'm pleased to be working with them. I know that they're going to do great this summer when we get our second reaccreditation. Coincidentally, as of even today, 8 years later, we were the first. 8 years later, there's still only 3 of us in all of New England that are accredited. So it's very difficult to achieve, and it makes you operate and function at a very high level. And I'm proud to say that we do that every single day. So
Right, and I also recognize your department heads in DPW, Ms. Galantine, who's already up here, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Russell, and Mr. Ditto. And I see Mr. Crane, also Transportation Director, Administrator. Okay, so you guys got off easy. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to warrant articles. First one is the easiest one.
Yes, Article 6, we placed in the annual town meeting in order to allow departments to identify the status of their current revenue financed and bond financed CIP projects. So you should have at your places the sheets that have been filled out by the departments indicating the status of their projects. And the only significant change on this list is that we will be repurposing funding under K084 Gateway East. We had appropriated that money last year for site acquisition costs related to the Gateway East project. Not all of it was needed, so now we are redirecting that, and that will be added to the roadway appropriation in the budget vote when we present the budget vote in a few weeks. So that's $228,000 additional for roadway work. In addition, this article also allows us to do debt rescissions if there are bond finance projects that we need to rescind. I put a placeholder there for Driscoll, not sure what was going to be happening in terms of the override votes. Obviously, it's a little bit more complicated with the bundling, but if the overrides pass, Then we have a $4 million bond authorization that we had approved under the old plan to renovate the HVAC system at Driscoll. I was envisioning a scenario with separate questions that if one passed and one failed, we would need funding for the Oak Street property. So if the override were to fail, this $4 million of bond authorization for Driscoll potentially could be a funding source for the Oak Street property. If the overrides pass, I think there's a question about what we want to do with that $4 million authorization, and whether or not we want to apply it to the Driscoll School project or use the capacity that is currently taking up in the CIP to fund additional CIP projects. But the recommendation under this article is no action, because we don't know the outcome, and if we do need to reopen it, we can do that after we know the outcome of the election.
If the authorization was for the Driscoll HVAC system, how much leeway do we have to use it for other projects?
Well, we would need to use this article to rescind the authorization, and then we would be able to repurpose it within
Okay,
our
so we'd
plan
have
for
to
the CIP.
Okay, so any questions? So I'll move a no action recommendation. All those in favor, please say aye. Select person. Oh, I missed. This is a public hearing. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this? I see none. Okay. The motion, no action. All those in favor, please say aye. Select person Franco.
Aye.
Select person Heller.
Yeah, aye.
Select person Green.
Aye.
Select person Hamilton.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Article 12, 20 Boylston Street easement. Is that Mr. Ditto? Oh, this is the River Road Hotel. Okay.
So there's a development going up at 20 Boylston Street, and as you may recall, the sidewalks in this area of town are very narrow, and this would be an opportune time to engage the developer in developing an easement to expand the width of the sidewalks, make it, safer and a more permanent and continuous sidewalk. That being said, this warrant article is to have the authorize the select board to move forward with securing that easement from the developer.
Okay, so I misidentified the parcel. This is a new building that's going up at the intersection of High and Boylston, right across from Netta and the fire station. It's now becoming a hole in the ground. They're starting to dig.
The old Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I think having a wider sidewalk over there sounds like a good idea.
It's a heavily trafficked route. I personally would appreciate it, so I'm going to vote for it.
Right.
So am I.
This doesn't seem to be too controversial. Any member of the public who wish to speak on this? Come on up.
I can say it from here.
No.
No, you can't.
Because our vast TV audience needs to hear you, Mr. Gladstone.
I support it as part of the Boylston
Just
Street.
identify
I'm
yourself
sorry.
for the record.
Select Board and Mel, I'm Dave Gladstone from the Chamber, from Brookline Bank, and a few other places. So, in any event, I do support it. There has been discussion in economic development about the Boylston Street expansion, and there was discussion about the possibility of doing something with sidewalks. So I just want to bring that up to the board, that this discussion has been an active one.
Sure. Thank you.
I
Yeah.
have a question. So So the owner is granting an easement to the town. Does the owner still have responsibility for sidewalk, snow removal?
Yes, and they'll all be spelled out in the document that needs to be developed.
But owners have that anyway. I mean, you know, I didn't grant, in front of my house, the sidewalk is not plowed, I do it, right?
Right.
So that's just the same as in everybody else's case.
Well, they're granting an easement to the town, so I was just wondering if that made a difference.
Just make a wider sidewalk.
More to shovel.
Right.
Okay, I think, is everyone comfortable for a vote on this one?
Yeah, Mr. Gladstone's point is well taken, that this is an articulated point in 30 years of planning studies for the Boylston Street corridor to try and make it a little bit more pedestrian friendly, so.
Okay, so I will move a favorable action recommendation. All those in favor, please say aye. Select Person Franco.
Aye.
Select Person Heller.
Aye.
Select Person Green.
Aye.
Select Person Hamilton.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay. Now let's, for something completely different. Article 16. This is the Brookline Village Parking Benefit District. Mr. Dempsey.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Chris Dempsey, a town meeting member in Precinct 6. I'm also the chair of the Transportation Board, but not speaking on the board's behalf tonight. We'll be discussing this article and potentially voting on it at this coming Monday Transportation Board meeting. So I just want to start with, I think, a common piece of conventional wisdom, maybe is the right way to say it, which is that parking in Brookline Village can be a real pain, and probably many or all of you have experienced the frustration of looking for a spot in Brookline Village and not being able to find it. And the businesses of Brookline Village also experience this and understand the frustration on parking. We did a very non-scientific survey, so to be clear, we're not claiming that this is a complete representation of Brookline Village businesses. We did ask 22 businesses for their views on parking. 21 of the 22 said that it's hard to find parking. 20 of the 22 said parking is a challenge or an issue for my business. 19 of the 22 said that when meter rates go up, they want more of a say in how the new funds are spent. And 18 of 22 believe that the village would benefit from improvements to street amenities, public art, lighting, and other projects. The challenges with parking do lots of things, lots of reasons they create frustration. They make visitors and customers late for appointments. They cause drivers to want to avoid a commercial area entirely. And we heard from some businesses that they have customers that will call them after searching for a spot and say, I'm just not going to come today because I couldn't find a spot and I'm driving away in frustration. And they actually looking for a spot causes more traffic congestion. There's a study that shows that up to 30% of the congestion in commercial districts and downtown districts is caused simply by vehicles circling the block looking for a parking spot. So we know we have a problem with managing congestion, and one potential tool here that Warrant Article 16 explores and would create is the idea of a parking benefits district. This is a relatively new concept in Massachusetts. It passed in Governor Baker's 2016 Municipal Modernization Act. And the only one that's really vibrant and in place is in Arlington, where the town meeting created one in 2017. There's also a smaller one in Rockport. There are other communities around the state that are looking at parking benefit districts. But they're actually very common in other parts of the country. Places like Old Town, Pasadena, Boulder, Colorado, and Austin, Texas, which in some ways resemble, parts of these cities resemble parts of Brookline. I love this one in particular because it reminds me of Coolidge Corner with the neon theater sign, have all used parking benefit districts to great success for many decades now. So what would Article 16 do? It would create a parking benefit district advisory board appointed by you, the select board. And that board would be made up of village merchants and village residents, or village businesses and village residents. That board would then meet and they would discuss some of the challenges of parking in Brookline Village, some of the ones that we just recounted. It's hard to find a spot, it's hard to know where to park. And then that group would make recommendations to you about how to change parking policies in Brookline Village. And in particular, this group could look at where are their parking meters and what are the rates on those meters, and are those meters being set in a way that better manages that parking demand. If they made a recommendation to you, they may not, but if they did make a recommendation to you that the rates should be a little bit higher, then the incremental revenue from that change would go into a fund, and they would also make a recommendation around how to spend that funding. Now, you would still retain complete approval over the rates, the locations of the meters, and then how to use these funds. They have no formal control over that. They only have advisory recommendation power. So these are some of the key governance points. You keep that control, they're purely advisory, and they are a mix of different types of businesses and different residents. If they recommended to you that rates go up, it would only be the incremental revenue above and beyond what the town is collecting or what the town would collect with sort of a standard rate. So as you know, today the so-called kind of standard rate in town is $1.25 per hour. It's higher in some places, it's lower in others. But if they came to you and they said, we want it to be $1.50 an hour on certain streets in Brookline Village or in all the meters in Brookline Village, then only that incremental revenue would go into the special fund. It would not affect any existing revenue streams. And again, those changes would only take place if you as a board decided to make those changes. You may disagree with them. And here are some of the things that a parking benefit district fund could fund or could help create. I think this is where the parking benefit district gets really interesting, because it gives residents and businesses and merchants in Brookline Village some more buy-in, some more stake in the conversation, and some ability to say, you know what, Brookline Village is a really special place already, but it would be even more special if we had some funding for more flowers and planters, or to keep our trees in better care, or to purchase some enhanced winter lighting. We do a decent job today as a town with that, but we could do a much better job if we had some resources to really invest, or maybe to create parklets, or even to create a guide you can see on the right here that helps people better find parking. In Pasadena, there's a great website that you can go to that tells you where all the parking spots are in Pasadena and how to access them. But I think importantly, it's not for me to decide whether these are good ideas. It's for the Parking Benefits District Advisory Board, which is made up of real stakeholders from the neighborhood. This warrant article has already strong support as we build towards town meeting. You can see some local businesses that are supporters, folks like HC Studio and Serenade Chocolatier. And already from precincts 4, 5, and 6, which are kind of the core Brookline Village precincts, we have more than half of the town meeting members from those 3 precincts who have said that they now support warrant article 16. It doesn't mean that it's perfect, and certainly welcome suggestions for changes or additions or amendments to the motion. But this does seem to be an idea that has support from the core Brookline Village precincts. So just to reiterate before taking any questions you may have, the PBD would allow us to better manage this really important parking resource, to try to ameliorate or decrease some of that frustration that people have on finding a parking spot. It would provide local stakeholders the ability to really have that input on how to do that better management and on what the village may need to feel a little bit more special, to attract people a little bit longer to shop some more or stay at a restaurant more. And it would create, in the case where a recommendation was made for incremental funding, it would create this special fund that would be plowed right back into improvements in Brookline Village and really show the stakeholders of Brookline Village that they see the direct benefits from the quarters that they put into a parking meter. So with that, I welcome any questions that you may have or thoughts or comments. Thank you.
Yeah.
So as I know you are aware, always we have competing interests and needs for any funds that we're able to raise. So I'm just curious about how it would work if we charge $1.25 an hour now, the PBD would want us to go to 50, increase to $1.50, but we also have needs to upgrade parking meters or, collection issues or software or whatever, and we need that revenue. Is it that it's in the select board's purview to decide that issue and decide whether the money would go toward the parking benefit district or not, if the raise is implemented?
So it's a great question. I think the way to think about that, in my view, and certainly it'd be up to the board, not up to me, but today the board kind of thinks of it as a townwide number. So it's $1.25 in kind of most of the commercial districts. And you may say, we need more revenue to upgrade the parking meters or to make some streetscape improvements. And across town, we're going to go to $1.50. That remains the board's decision and really has very little to do with the parking benefit district. The Parking Benefit District Advisory Board would only make recommendations above and beyond that sort of standard townwide rate. So let's assume, just for the moment, this may not be true, but let's assume that for the next 2 years we have no plans to raise parking meter rates and they were just going to stay at $1.25. Then this advisory board could come to you and say, we want to go up a quarter just in these meters under the PBD in Brookline Village to $1.50. And for the next year after that, that 25 cents goes into this fund. And then we're 2 years down the road and the select board decides, okay, we now want to do an increase townwide because we haven't had one for a while and we're ready for it. At that point, the Parking Benefit District Advisory Board has sort of two choices on the recommendation they make to you. They could say, okay, well, if we're going to $1.50 townwide, we don't want to go any higher, and so we're going to sort of wind down the incremental revenue and lose that stream because it's important for us to stay at $1.50. Or they could say, you know what, we're actually comfortable staying 25 cents higher than the town rate because we think it's important to have that stream of revenue. And so while the select board raises the town rate to $1.50 per hour, at these meters, as recommended by the advisory board, they would go up from $1.50 to $1.75. But that would be a future decision for a future board to make with a recommendation of these stakeholders.
Could I have follow-up questions? How difficult is it to determine, and maybe Mr. Crane wants to weigh in here, but how difficult is it to determine the revenue from the parking meters? I assume each meter has a number and, somehow the revenue from that meter is obvious? Or?
So if we still had the POM dumb meters that weren't smart, it would be very difficult. However, with the IPS single space and even the IPS multi-space meters, we can create zones for those meters on those specific streets that are within a parking benefits district and know the revenue that is collected each time and then be able to pull it out and separate it, one into one account, one into the other.
Okay.
So I thought the question that Select Person Heller was asking had to do with whether the Select Board could take the money in that fund. And I was under the impression that this would basically be a trust fund. I mean, not formal trust fund, but basically reserved only for these purposes.
Be restricted money.
Yeah, I wasn't asking that actually. Okay. I was just, I just wanted to understand how we would decide if we're going to raise it. If they wanted to raise it 50 cents in their area, but we wanted to do it town-wide for a particular project, could we do that and not do the 50, and then let them decide if they want to go to 175? That's what I was getting at.
And the select, just to make sure I was clear on it, because my answer may not have been clear. I mean, the select board is always going to retain that prerogative. Mm-hmm. And you would say to them, we're planning on doing a 50-cent increase town-wide, so factor that in to your projections about what you may want to do. And their reaction may be, you know what, 50 cents is enough of a jump. We're not going to go a penny above that. We're going to stick with what we have and not have any money in that fund. And that could be their recommendation to you, and that could be a perfectly sensible one. I think one of the great things here is that we're creating a set of stakeholders that deeply care about the village and that have a diverse set of perspectives, because they're businesses, they're merchants, they're residents, that really want to see the village continue to thrive, and which have the interests of the village at their heart, and which can become kind of exactly what they are, an advisory board, for you to go to seek advice on how is parking working in the village and should we make some changes. Select Board Member Green, to your question, this would be under the control of the Select Board, and so it would require Select Board approval and votes. My sense is that from a sort of practical perspective, and sort of knowing the wisdom of the Select Board, most of the time you're going to probably agree with the recommendations of the Advisory Board, because these are folks that have really invested themselves in the village and invested themselves in thinking through the questions. And my guess is, once the recommendation formally gets to you, it's probably not going to be the first time you've heard it from them. They've probably consulted with you a few times and said, hey, we're thinking about doing 10 cents an hour, 15 cents or 20 cents an hour. We're thinking about maybe spending it on enhanced winter lighting. Kind of how does that sound? And there'll be an opportunity for some real feedback and back and forth before it comes to a formal vote.
One of the things that hits me, just looking at the boundaries of the proposed district, is town hall is included in that. And it's just something that hits me that, do we really want to include town hall and folks coming to transact business in town hall?
So I mean, as a petitioner, to be very clear, I'm open to changes to the geography if it makes people more comfortable. I think another way to approach that is to be more inclusive with the sort of drawing of the district.
Right.
But then, if and when this passes, to be very clear with the advisory board as it's created, that you're not going to entertain parking meter rate changes to the town hall lots, and that they should focus their attention on more direct commercial streets if they are going to be seeking incremental revenue.
So you're saying we could specifically exclude the lot?
Correct. Either formally in this warrant article or
just as a
sort of
matter of
informally
policy.
in the sense that because the select board is retaining the power over these rates, you could simply say to them, we're looking for advice from you, but we're not looking for any advice on how to change the town lot rates because we're not going to touch those. But we're open to your advice on.
You don't have Thayer Street on
Yep.
here, so it's not part of the,
Sure it is.
well, there's a little piece of it, I guess, yeah. I'm not thinking of Thayer, I'm thinking of the one on the other side, Holden.
Holden. Yep. That would be,
Holden.
those rights are maintained and, kept by the select board.
Yeah.
So it would ultimately be up to you, in effect, which meters are included and what the rates would be.
So I just want to say, I am very pleased to see this. So I've been chairing the Kent Street Senior Affordable Housing Committee, and most of our committee meetings have, the conversation always steers towards there is not enough parking in Brookline Village. And that has almost killed the project from going forward. What to do about the municipal parking lot. 37 spaces that's a lot of spaces to, even if a few go away, everyone really cares about the parking in this area. So I think to be able to give them an avenue to try to, have a little bit more control and say over what is being done specifically about the parking in this area, will allow people to use a lot of their frustrations in a very constructive manner. So I applaud the petitioner. Thank you.
I just want to put a plug in. The 2018 Override Study Committee made a recommendation that this concept be explored by the town really is a means of offloading some of the types of improvements that are on this slide in front of us from the operating budget and onto parkers in some commercial areas. So I'm happy to see this advanced and wonder if there's an opportunity for sort of timed increases of meters, similar to what we do on in St. Mary's, the St. Mary's Business District, around Red Sox games or other large public events. And I specifically Brookline Avenue, which has longer-term meters. It sounds like we can sort of pick certain meters or certain geographic areas and increase a rate above and beyond the rest of the district, but is there an opportunity to do that in a time-sensitive manner as well?
Yeah, so I think, Select Board Member Franco, you're asking a great question, and it's exactly the kind of question that I envision the Parking Benefit District Advisory Board asking themselves and asking of Todd Crane and others to say kind of what's our flexibility here, let's understand the technology that we have at our disposal, and let's also understand the data. Let's look at what the occupancy rates are at different spots at different times of day. And we may decide that some rates should be higher and some rates should be lower, some rates should be kept the same. And kind of starting and having that conversation in a productive way, I think, creates a lot of value for us and moves us a little bit beyond kind of the traditional friction of the select board recognizing that we need to have meter increases at, on a somewhat regular basis. And there being a lot of resistance to that from the business community in particular, because they feel as if they don't have a say in that and they don't have a say in where some of those dollars go. This gives them a more formal voice and a forum for those conversations and those questions.
I would be very interested in hearing what the public thinks of this. So
Thank you, folks.
anyone who wishes to speak, come on up, join the party.
Good evening. Scott Englander, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 6, and also a longtime Brookline Village resident. And there's so much I love about living in Brookline Village. It's really a great place to be. And so I'd like to say that I think the creation of a parking benefits district here could really have significant benefits. So I'm excited about the opportunities to make Brookline Village an even more special place than it already is. That could result from what we can do with this proposal. I had the chance to sit in on a meeting of Brookline Village business owners, just really to listen to them discuss this concept. And I was really impressed by their vision and their hopes to make use of the beautification funding that this program could result in. A couple of them said that they see Brookline Village really as a gateway to Brookline, and that especially with visitors arriving on the T at Brookline Village and maybe venturing across the tracks from Brookline Place in the future if they're doing business there. And they really have a lot of ideas about how to make the streetscape more inviting, to sort of beckon those folks to come explore more deeply into the village and the rest of Brookline. So I know a lot of residents in Brookline Village and other TMMs there who feel the same way. And so the warrant article, my sense is that the warrant article has pretty strong support among them. And so I urge the members of the select board to support it. Thank you.
Mr. Gladstone, what does the business community think of this?
David Gladstone. I work for Brookline Bank. I'm part of the chamber, part of the Merchants Association. I'm not representing them tonight.
Okay.
I am representing my experience as a business development officer and a former retailer. Business development for 17 years, retailer for 15 years, all around the area. What I would suggest in being a member of a select board climate action committee, I think that if this goes through, that it should have the same type of format, that there's at least a select person on there and some town meeting members but I think that there should be a disproportionate amount of business people. And I say that because if you look at the population of business owners in Brookline, 85% of our business owners probably live out of town, and they aren't represented. And a lot of the things I hear from them is, there's a lot of things that are going on in the town, and I don't have a voice. I think that this would offer to what you were talking to, that it would be a venue for people to be able to solicit conversations from the business people in Brookline Village and talk to them about what's most important from them. We have economic affairs which gauges them, but unfortunately in this day and age it's a zero-sum game. There is not a lot of money, as we all know tonight with the conversations about the school, the DPW and other areas. We don't have an extra chunk of change lying around to be able to fund some of the things that the businesses want to do. Chris made mention of a few things, but there's other things that are very important to the village. They would love to have some type of a website to be able to talk about all the businesses that are there. They want to be able to have a map to be able to locate the businesses when people are in Brookline and elsewhere. There's certain things that can be improved, bike racks and maybe extra snow removal, maybe extra trash removal, maybe some additional festivals. Right now in the spring and early summer, there's the Brookline Village festival that happens. That's funded by business. It's funded by, I think the town gives some money towards that. But these are opportunities that could help fund things where there's no monies available right now at this point in time. I urge you to definitely consider this. I know it's a warrant article. We have spoken to many businesses. A bunch of them are for it. There has been a few businesses that have been against it, but the businesses that are against it have been very small numbers of people. Like, they don't turn in a lot of people. A lot of the people on that list that circulated were people of small professions, small interactions with people. And in some of the businesses that we have spoken to that were against it, they were sort of told, they weren't told a balanced story, and I think that there's a balanced story to be told about what can happen if we're able to nurture this type of a movement. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Gladstone, the warrant article proposes the advisory board be 9 members, 5 of whom would be folks who own or manage commercial businesses.
I agree with you, and I think that that's positive because a lot of our business owners do live outside of town and they don't have a voice, and I think this would be the perfect opportunity to be able to give them a voice in their own prosperity with regards to helping the business district to further develop Brookline Village.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ananian, welcome.
Something very brief. As part of the EV study committee, some of you may remember that we investigated using some of the town-owned parking to deal with the garage orphan problem, which is EV owners who don't have a dedicated place to park their car. And that's, I think, something around 60% of the people in Brookline don't have a dedicated parking spot for their car. It's been mooted several times that the meter parking in various places around Brookline might be an appropriate place for the city to establish some sort of overnight parking program. Most of the meter parking in Brookline is kind of not necessarily near residential, but Brookline Village is one of those places where you've got a large amount of residential parking right next to the commercial district. So I hadn't thought of this before, and I think this warrant article is a great first step. Nothing that I've read in my very brief reading of the establishing legislation at the state level forbids using some of this parking revenue to do pilot programs for overnight parking as well. So I guess I just encourage keeping that in mind as potentially one of the projects that a parking benefit district might claim within their purview is ways for the community and the residents in the area to cooperate on establishing some sort of overnight parking. You could establish a meter rate. They could suggest ways that overnight EV parking might interact with the meters spots. And that's an appropriate use of the meter funds per article, the Section 22 established in the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have to say, overnight parking is the third rail of Brookline, and
There are so many.
I just I'm not going to say that's not an appropriate use for the funds, but it's an entirely different conversation, which I want to put four walls around and not give anybody the indication that we would pass this warrant article in order to establish overnight parking or do a pilot program for overnight parking. It's two separate things coming together.
Okay. Anyone else? I find this very interesting. I would want to make sure that Chris mentioned that it would be monies over and above the townwide rate would go into this. So is that structural in the language or structural in the enabling legislation? Or
So it's a great question. I've been in touch with the chair of the subcommittee of the advisory committee's planning committee.
Yeah. I know that's been
to discuss whether there needs to be another sentence or two that sort of better defines that incremental nature. It may be that because you as the select board are retaining all authority, that just becomes the practice, because you will have that ability to sort of dictate that. But it may also be that we want to enshrine that with some more specific language, and very open to a suggestion that would do that if we can find the right language to do that. It's very much the intent is that it's only incremental and that this not in any way threaten any existing funding.
Right. So. Okay. I'd also be interested in the advisory discussion of the of the governance numbers. Is 9 the right number, and is the mix right?
I have some concern. I agree with Mr. Gladstone that it's a great idea to have a majority of a lot of the board anyway, as commercial owners of businesses, but I'm a little uncomfortable with having a majority of the people who are in control of the recommendations to this board not be Brookline residents, because I can foresee some divisions between residents and the improvements residents want and the ideas that commercial businesses are putting forward, and I would worry about that.
So you didn't ask a question, but I might answer it as a question anyway,
Okay, go ahead.
if you don't mind.
No.
Which is, I think it's a fair consideration and something that is worth some further discussion as this moves through the process. One potential sweet spot is to kind of proactively recruit business owners who are also residents of Brookline Village. So they may own a small business that they run out of their home. They may own a photography studio on White Place and live on the other side of Brookline Village. And so
or a cheese store.
They may own a cheese store in the Brookline Village. And so that may assuage those very valid concerns about resident representation.
But if there are none, and that is always a possibility, then what do you do? So I think that there should be some definition of that issue and further refinement of that issue.
Yeah, very fair.
Yeah, I think if the level of discussion is should it be 7 or 9, and then 4 versus 5, I think that's we're getting into the details, and I'm sold on the concept.
I would agree that the concept is a good one, but I have some concern about the details and the implementation.
So what I'm going to, anyone else wish to speak on this warrant article? Okay, what I'm going to suggest is we hold this, and let's see how advisory does with this one.
And Transportation Board.
And Transportation Board. And then we'll see what, we may even have some input that we want to
I might be also curious what EDEB has to say about it, to the extent that they get
Yes.
involved, so.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Sure. Okay. Going from one third rail of town government to the other third rail, dogs.
Good evening, Erin Galantine, Director of Parks and Open Space. So in 2008, the Park and Recreation Commission submitted a warrant article to town meeting to amend bylaw 8.6.7, dog control, to enable them to lift the leash law in designated parks at designated times as part of a pilot program. The pilot program became known as the Green Dog Program and is currently in its 12th year in the town. In 2010, we implemented a pay-to-play kind of recreational use space. So if you wanted to participate in the program, you would pay $50 on top of your dog license. You would get that license and be part of the program. We had dog liaisons, et cetera. And one of the goals here was really to address that conflict that we had townwide with off-leash parks off-leash dogs in all of the parks and conflict between users. So we wanted to allow an opportunity for folks to exercise with their dogs off-leash, build a community of invested park users, but also minimize the conflict that we had townwide. And originally that was really successful across the board, a tremendous amount of investment. What we have seen is a decline in what overall it's compliance with the leash law townwide. It's not related specifically to the Green Dog Program, and we have a lot of the folks who participate in the Green Dog Program really concerned about the long-term viability of the project if we don't see an improvement in enforcement. So the Park and Recreation Commission has established a subcommittee that is evaluating this issue townwide, real focus on Green Dog Program. We have a whole list of recommendations that we are working on, one of which will be fee increases and will come to the board later in the year. But what they would like to see is this small amendment to the bylaw. And what this does is, one, it clarifies a distinction between being licensed, which is required in the town of Brookline, and registered for the Green Dog Program. So that language specifically says the dog must be registered with and accompanied by proof of current registration in the town's off-leash program in order to participate, which participation shall be subject to compliance with publicly available rules established by the Director of Parks and Open Space. This is no change in practice. We just see it as clarifying the bylaw. The second change is the addition of enforcement ability from the Department of Public Works. So what we're seeing is that calls that go into the police department, over 75% of them, the dog owners are gone by the time that they get there. And so in working with the police, if we have staff on site, we want to be able to enforce that at that point in time so that ultimately we can see improved compliance townwide.
Okay. By the way, just for my colleagues, there's a missing page in the packet, so open your book.
I'm looking at this and thinking myself.
Right.
What stuff? Where is the enforcement?
Yeah, open your book.
Oh,
You'll see it there.
okay.
So, yeah, I was
very subtle. I also will add that we have over 1,400 residents that participate in the Green Dog Program and 150 non-residents.
I'm one of them.
I'll add the police commissioner supports this, and
okay. This seems pretty
chief police
straightforward.
supports this, and advisory has supported it unanimously.
Oh.
Really? That's hard to get a unanimous vote out of advisory these days.
So this is a little bit, I think, off topic, because you're talking about the program of dogs in the parks. But I know we also had that horrific incident a few years ago where a dog got out of the control of a child and attacked someone who was holding the dog and did a lot of damage to her and the dog. And there was a lot of, angst about it, and what should we do about a dog like that? And I'm just wondering whether this gives you enough power to, if a dog becomes out of control in this kind of situation, can the dog officer impound the dog, or have the dog put down? I mean, what are the kinds of things? Because to me, when a dog attacks people, that, I don't give three strikes and you're out. It's just one strike.
That all of that remains within the purview of the police department and the animal control officer. We have established protocol for aggressive dogs, but they can enforce that and will enforce that, town-wide in any public space.
Right.
This is a public hearing. If anyone wishes to speak on this, this is your chance. Okay, I don't see anyone. I don't know, this one seems pretty straightforward to me.
I want to come back to the enforcement question
Okay,
for
go
a
for it.
second. So I think I am the curmudgeon that has called the police before when a field is closed for renovation or because it's rained for 3 days straight, and on people who are letting their dogs run free. One of the responses that I've gotten is the police are tied up doing something else, which is entirely reasonable in some cases. I understand that it's not the highest priority to go chase somebody off of a field when there's a public safety incident happening that requires police resources. I'm wondering if there's a reason why this warrant article doesn't propose to expand enforcement authority to some other departments or individuals who are empowered to write tickets in town. So the health department can write tickets, as DPW, we can write sanitation tickets.
Yeah.
So walk me through why, if enforcement is a known issue, we're not tackling that as part of this bylaw as well.
So the commissioner can actually, assign anyone within the Department of Public Works. We're going to be very careful about, who those individuals are and that they're properly trained, and the chief agrees with this as well. I think what we're looking to do is really try to manage this right now with our department and see how it goes. If we need additional resources, we have monthly animal control meetings that involve the health department, and there may be an opportunity for some participation there, but we frankly didn't want to volunteer up their services yet at this point. And I think there are going to be some lessons learned through this.
Okay, is everyone comfortable voting this? Okay, then let's do it. I'll move a favorable action recommendation on Article, what is this? 18. All those in favor, please say aye. Selectperson Franco.
Aye.
Selectperson Heller.
Aye.
Selectperson Green.
Aye.
Selectperson Hamilton.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. We have Article 23.
So I know we've got two petitioners here, Mr. Gray and then our own Select Person Hamilton. So take it away, Mr. Gray, and I'm sure Select Person Hamilton will jump in when she's got something to add.
Fantastic, thank you. So my name is Jesse Gray. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 10. and I'm a co-sponsor of warrant Article 23 along with Heather Hamilton, select person. And if you were to walk through Brookline, if you were to walk through 100 years ago, you would have seen a much greater percentage of electric vehicles than you would today. And in a way, it's a shame that we've lost those because even at the time they were easier to maintain, quieter, and less polluting, at least at a local level, than gasoline cars that ended up replacing them. But today we have an opportunity because every gasoline vehicle in our fleet of 350 vehicles in the municipal fleet, every vehicle that we replace with an electric vehicle, even if it's an efficient, relatively efficient Toyota hybrid Prius, for example, is an immediate 60 to 70% reduction in the carbon dioxide emissions per mile traveled of that vehicle when we switch to electric, and that's on the existing municipal electricity supply. However, the grid is getting greener every year by legal mandate, and we may also green it ourselves through action like warrant Article 24, which I see is on the schedule for later tonight discussion. And so those same vehicles that we might purchase this year could eventually travel their first mile with zero incremental carbon dioxide emissions, no further emissions beyond those from their initial manufacture. So basically, the climate impact of switching to electric vehicles is not to be understated. But then the question is it practical? And how could we in fact actually do it? So we submit with this warrant article that it is practical and that a sensible policy to electrify the town fleet gradually would be to replace vehicles as they age out of the fleet, to replace them with electric vehicles. And the policy that we're proposing to do that is a conditional moratorium on the purchase of fossil fuel vehicles. And the conditions are designed to protect the town's ability to function and the town's financial situation. And so the conditions are that there has to be a practical alternative, and that practical alternative, electric, fully electric or partially electric vehicle, should be equally useful, so have equivalent utility as defined by the department head requesting the vehicle. Okay, so it should function equally well for its job. And second, it should be affordable. And in this case, that's defined as no more than a 25% increase over whatever the acceptable polluting fossil fuel alternative vehicle, default vehicle would be. And I want to emphasize, this is not the cost of this policy. It's not a 25% increase. This is a safety mechanism built into the policy that is designed so that when the initial cost of a vehicle might begin to outweigh the expected maintenance savings, then the town would be off the hook for electrification. But in fact, the average or the net cost of this policy may in fact be negative. It might actually save the town money. And so for the rest of this presentation, I'll briefly walk you through why that's the case. So, but first I just wanted to mention the immediate scope of this policy impact is not the entire fleet of 350 vehicles. It's really the passenger fleet, which is currently mostly Toyota Priuses, and to some extent, perhaps, it may include some light-duty trucks and vans. But this is intended to be a forward-looking policy. There's no need to come up with a brand-new policy framework when we know that there will continue to be new offerings of electric vehicles. We know that the cost of electric vehicles will continue to come down. And so this is intended to be a forward-looking policy that, that requires no further adaptation as those things that we know will happen begin to happen. So eventually, we ought to be able to electrify the whole fleet. Now let's look at the costs, though, that are right in front of us now, the costs of passenger vehicles. And it may surprise some to know that if you look at the workhorse of the town's current passenger fleet, the Toyota Prius, the inspector car, right now, from the actual spreadsheet that's used by the town to purchase vehicles, that's a $25,000 purchase. Whereas if you were to buy a fully electric Nissan Leaf from the same spreadsheet, it's actually $4,000 cheaper. So in other words, the initial purchase cost, it depends on what car you choose, but you could choose an electric car, the Nissan Leaf. This is a car that Newton is buying a lot of, I'll tell you more about that in a minute, is actually less expensive. And I will say this includes a state incentive called Mass EVIP, which is a $7,500 incentive offered by the state to the town. And it's money the town will never have to spend. The state kicks in a check before the town even writes its check. It's not even a reimbursement. So it can be cheaper right off the bat. But the real savings from electric vehicles may in fact be in maintenance. And it may also surprise some who are not familiar with electric vehicles to know that electric vehicles are much, much simpler machines. And therefore they have intrinsically, this is not specific to any particular make, manufacturer, they are intrinsically cheaper to maintain than gasoline vehicles. They don't have spark plugs, they don't have pistons, cylinders, transmissions, gears, timing belts, catalytic converters, mufflers. They lack all of these things, and these things are replaced quite simply with a battery and a motor. And so for that reason, the New York City Fleet Management Agency has computed that electric cars, as you can see in this sort of ranked charts, ranked by the maintenance cost, the annual maintenance cost, the electric cars are all lumped at the beginning of this chart, followed by the hybrid cars, followed by the gas cars. And so there's a significant maintenance savings that's intrinsic to electric vehicles. Now, it turns out in a lot of places you can actually save money on the fueling as well, in a lot of other states where electricity is less expensive. Turns out it's not the case in Massachusetts. I'm going to skip over this slide because it's mostly a wash. There'll be some increases and some decreases, and we can get back to it if anyone has any questions. But I want to move forward to the total cost of ownership, which I think is what really matters. And this is the best data that I could find on the cost of ownership. Some of these electric vehicles are relatively new, but this is a 9-year total cost of ownership, real data, actual data from the New York City Fleet Management Agency. And in this case, now this is not the case for the town, but in this case, the initial purchase price of an all-electric Leaf on the far left was actually higher. So including a charger and the purchase price is about $6,000 more for the all-electric for New York City 9 years ago. But even despite that, the total cost of ownership of the Nissan Leaf was lower. So the city saved money 9 years ago by buying a Nissan Leaf. So the summary here is that electrification of transport is really not so hard. It's not that hard for my children who are shown here. It's not that hard for the city of Newton. The city of Newton, I was on the phone a couple weeks ago with the DPW Commissioner, Jim McGonigal, and he told me that a year ago, Newton bought 8 Nissan Leafs, and they love them. He had nothing negative to say about the experience of Newton with those Nissan Leafs, and in fact, he told me that Newton is now planning to buy 20 more. And that's, I think, still subject to council approval, but that's, he suggested that that was probably going to move forward. And so our neighbors are doing it. It's right for the climate. It could save the town money, and so I think that we should do it. And finally, I just wanted to thank the many town staff, several of whom are here, who have put in a lot of work to help me think through this policy, and I really appreciate that. So thank you to my co-sponsor, Heather Hamilton, and to town staff.
Okay. So I'd be interested in, has staff, Mr. Papasturgeon, Mr. Giancakis, have you guys seen this and analyzed it, and what do you think? Are we ready to go whole hog? Should we phase it in? Is the technology there so we can go as a matter of policy, every passenger car we buy?
Just speaking from a public works perspective, I'm very familiar with what Newton's been doing, and it works very well with the small automobiles. I haven't seen any 10-ton trucks yet that would suit our purpose. But, you know, I supported Mr. Gray's move to go forward in terms of a resolution. If the resolution is passed, you know, we will, well, I have some concerns about the timing on the funding, because it most definitely, it seems to us at least, that there is a cost increases here, and, you know, the more a vehicle costs, the less vehicles we can replace. So I'd be concerned about that going forward, but, you know, then again, we don't have the experience other than with the Toyota Priuses and some of the Fusion hybrids that we have. So, you know, I'm basically supportive. I think I want to see more data, and I want to see more hard numbers. I'm not so sure about the maintenance costs yet. That will come later. But I don't see that we have the funding in FY20 to do this, and I passed that information along to Mr. Gray when we met, that perhaps it may be a better thing to study a little more and implement in FY21, where we could actually fund some of these replacements. But whatever is the will of the town and the town meeting, we'll figure a way how to do it. So,
What hit me initially is that it would call for a complete change of policy 2 months after we pass it, a month and a half after we pass it, without having to think it through into the budget cycle. So my thinking would be we try to push out a year if we're going to do this, try to phase it in a little more. Mr. Giannakakis, what's the state of the market from your perspective?
Well, thank you. Jesse's been great to talk to, and we've talked about a lot of different issues with the purchasing part of this. And what I can report is the price of electric vehicles, much like hybrids 15, 20 years ago, is obviously higher. The tax incentives, much like back then, were questionable whether we can take them or not. Obviously, we'll continue to explore it. The federal ones, less likely. The state ones, more likely. But I do think, generally, this is the direction, and I'm just speaking from a purchasing standpoint, where a lot of fleets are going. And I think that I can echo Mr. Pepper-Sturgeon's concerns that I don't see money in the budget for FY20, but I do think it takes a while to, obviously, like you said, make policy and to implement that. So I think it's something that there's no time like the present to start. And, pricing will change, and it will probably go down. It always does. And I've talked to Newton as well, and they are happy with the lease that they do have, and they're anticipating more. We want to make sure that the fleet vehicles or the inspectional vehicles that we get have the charging stations, and that's something as well. There may be grants that we can get as well, but again, it's a process that is going to still take some investigation. So I think generally it makes sense from the purchasing side, much like though when we first embarked on hybrids. We want to make sure we're doing it and implementing it to the success for the program, so that long term we don't stumble going out of the gate.
Right. And I would think in some places putting charging infrastructure is easy, and then in other places it's not so easy, and some of those other places that's where we may need to have the cars. So I think we need to have a little more time to figure it out.
So I've got two questions. One, I think, for Mr. Giannakakis, and then one for Mr. Gray. Mr. Pepper-Sturgeon talked about sort of a limitation of these vehicles right now, that there's no 10-ton truck. I'm wondering if the 151-mile range of a Nissan Leaf meets the business demands of our inspectors, who presumably, at least in the first year or two, would be driving these vehicles. Do they drive more than 151 miles in a day, or between parking for long enough to charge?
It really depends. My understanding is most of the inspectors do work within the town. There would be some, like I have what they call pool vehicles. We use that term they're vehicles that people take to meetings. Those tend to be potentially as far west as Springfield for a day, and they would need to build into their travel charging time. And that's not, once that infrastructure is out there, it shouldn't be any more difficult than gasoline. But I think the regular inspector vehicles, and I can't speak for all the departments, logging within the acreage of Brookline, I think whether it be a Leaf or a Bolt, they should be able to work within those confounds.
That's the answer I expected.
Yep.
Want to check. And for Mr. Gray, there's sort of a three-part test built into this warrant article, which I didn't hear you talk about, and wondering if you can explain how plug-in hybrids and electric non-plug-in hybrids sort of fit into the policy that you're laying out here.
Right. I didn't mention the tiering, but it's a conditional moratorium when a practical alternative exists. Now, if that practical alternative is fully electric, then that's what the suggested policy would require. But if a fully electric alternative doesn't exist, then the policy would require a plug-in hybrid electric, so partially electrified, could run partially on electricity. And when a plug-in hybrid is not available, but a straight-up hybrid similar to the existing Prius is available, the suggested policy would require that. So there's somewhat different considerations. Actually, whereas the fully electric vehicles wouldn't save the town money on fuel specifically, actually the hybridization of trucks would. And so what we foresee is that before you'll be able to have a snowplow that's a battery electric, you'll have a snowplow that's a hybrid. And so, and same with an Ford, F-150. Right now there's a plug-in hybrid Ford F-150 and soon to be Ford F-250, but there's not a fully battery electric pickup truck. And so we can partially electrify before we can fully electrify.
Is there a utility test in here, like for cars? So to use Mr. Giancakis's example, a pool car might have to go to and from Springfield, to and from Hartford, and a Leaf isn't going to fit the bill.
So yes, there's an indirect utility test built into the current language of the warrant article, which is simply to say that the department head requesting the vehicle will determine whether the electric alternative is practical and of equivalent utility for the intended use. And so, electric vehicles can take road trips, but the way it's written, that determination would be left to the department head requesting the vehicle. So if it was a vehicle that needed to go to out of state, on a regular basis, the department head under the current language could say, well, I'm not so sure that's practical, so we're not going to go electric on this particular purchase.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So I'm curious about how many of our staff, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Papasturgeon or Mr. Corain, how many of our staff drive those vehicles home in order to be able to start at, a really, really early hour in the morning or go to a meeting first or whatever?
The number of staff in the DPW that have vehicles for take-home purposes is very limited. It's limited to myself, the 4 division directors, and the 3 operations managers beneath them, the head of fleet services, and the town arborist. And the reason for that is that those personnel are on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week,
right,
and have to have the ability to not only communicate back and forth, but they have the equipment that they need to respond quicker in that vehicle. In the winter time, if there's a snowstorm approaching, then there's another level of staff that then take the vehicle home for that one incident. Generally, the general foreman in each division would then take the vehicle home because he's going to be responding a few hours to come back to plow snow. But that's storm by storm only, and that's very seasonal. So I don't know.
Would that require that we have chargers in these various homes?
Well, yeah, I mean, not only does it require having charging stations located within the town of Brookline to charge all these vehicles, but you need to have charging stations located elsewhere.
Right.
I'd hate to be driving in at 3 in the morning to respond to a snowstorm and run out of electricity in my electric vehicle. So unless they carry a couple of D batteries to jump it, I don't know. But there are some serious problems there relative to not so much the cars, but the ability to recharge them. So
Right.
we need the infrastructure to do that.
And what
I'm
about
just thinking here alone in the garage here. If we have a dozen electric vehicles in the garage, we have to have the ability to charge them in the garage, as well as at the municipal service center.
So what about the issue of four-wheel drive? Do you need four-wheel drive in the fleet?
Many of the vehicles that go back and forth have four-wheel drive. Most of our vehicles, except for automobiles, have four-wheel drive. Yes,
Okay.
and some of the automobiles, most of our automobiles are all-wheel drive. My
Right.
vehicle is all-wheel drive.
Right. So I don't know how many of these that are listed here are four-wheel drive. I'm not sure too many of them are. But
Well-
I don't know the answer to that.
So I can jump in. I believe that the reason Jesse approached me to be co-petitioner was because at one time, a long time ago, I was the fleet administrator for MassDOT highway equipment. And in 2012 to 2015, we bought a lot of hybrids for highway use. I can recall Ford used to offer a hybrid that had four-wheel drive. We had a number of Silverados that replaced a lot of F-250s that were hybrids. And trying to get those out of a foreman's hands after he had spent a week in them, I couldn't get them out of them. They loved them. So the technology is evolving, and until you really see what is out there, I was met with a lot of skepticism when I tried to implement a similar policy at MassDOT. But we got up to, I believe, 26% of hybrid vehicles for what was considered light fleet.
Okay,
And
so
most of that
if-
light fleet was pickup trucks.
If these can be four-wheel drive, is that reflected in this price? Because I understand that they cost more.
It's about a $2,500 difference for four-wheel drive.
So we have to add $2,500 to these prices, is what you're saying? Because these are not four-wheel drive vehicles. Is that correct?
In some
Just
cases.
asking, pardon?
In some cases, some vehicles don't require it.
I mean, the particular vehicles on the price list that I showed you in the slide, I don't think are available in four-wheel drive, but these are replacing passenger vehicles, which Commissioner Papa-Sturgeon just mentioned are not all four-wheel drive vehicles. But the ones I listed happen not to be four-wheel drive. We didn't talk about the light truck portion of this, which Select Person Hamilton is absolutely correct. There are lots of four-wheel drive hybrid options available.
But they do cost more, correct?
Those prices were also reflected in the explanation to the warrant article.
Right.
You'll see prices for four-wheel drive.
I just want us to understand what we're going, with our eyes open, what we're going into, or possibly going into.
A couple questions, one related to Select Person Heller's question. And I assume that if we're going to go electric or even hybrid, that those staff members who take their cars home will have to have charging stations at their homes, and that's a town expense plus the expense of electricity.
So it does take some time to get used to all the differences with electric vehicles. They are very different, and the idea of charging them is very different. And by the way, if anyone wants to take a test drive in an electric vehicle, let me know. I'd be happy to offer.
That was my question.
But one of the issues is with charging is actually, a standard AC outlet is often sufficient. So that's one thing that's hard to appreciate without spending some time thinking about range. But a standard AC outlet provides 4 miles of charging per hour. So if a town employee or a group of town employees were to use a car for 8 hours during the day, it would have 16 hours to charge. And during that time, it could charge 60 miles it could add 60 miles of range. And that's from a standard AC outlet that would cost a couple $100s to put into the upper town garage. Right now, the upper town garage, I think, has just one outlet. So people in their homes mostly would have an ability to charge. And if someone, depending on how far away they lived, they might need additional charging equipment to be installed. The town itself, for convenience, may wish to install more powerful charging equipment, and that would be about $2,500 per vehicle to install, whether it be here or at someone's home. But it would really depend on the distance of that home and whether the town wanted to pay for that electricity. Those questions are not addressed in the explanation to this warrant article, and it's partly because most of the town vehicles don't actually go home.
And we're not proposing to replace the entire fleet in the next year or two.
Yeah. The other.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other question, I don't know, maybe Mr. Giannakis knows this. Curious, since we're looking to go 100% clean energy, and the grid is not that, Are there charging stations that are powered by solar panels or solar energy? Just curious.
Not that I'm aware here in Brookline. It does become.
Is that a technical
Yeah.
problem?
You couldn't charge it at night.
Well,
It has to be on the grid.
Well, I do think one of the questions that's come up is, will charging EV units in the town somehow affect our SREC, or I'm not really an expert on that part of it, but yeah, I think the goal long-term would be to have solar stations that use the energy to power electric vehicles, so you're not basically taxing the grid no matter what kind of energy we're buying, electricity we're buying out of it. So I don't know, honestly.
We're not there yet.
Yeah, it's not, but I'm sure that's one of the plans that I'm almost sure would be looked at.
Can somebody just comment on the assertion that the life cycle cost of an electric vehicle is less than a conventional fossil fueled vehicle? That seems to be one of the key underpinnings of this. So is that our experience, or do we need more data and experience to be able to confirm that that's the case?
We don't have experience.
It's unclear. I mean, our life cycle costing for hybrids has been comparable to gasoline power, as far as I'm aware. Haven't seen enough data to see what will be happening with electric vehicles. There are certain combustion engine parts that don't have to be replaced, but obviously suspension and other things and potential accidents and things would still have to be done with EVs or gasoline powered. So it's still a little early to get, I know I saw some studies that Mr. Gray provided about New York and others that do indicate that, but it's with a hard and fast, we don't know yet. Really don't.
Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this? Mr. Ananian? Sure. I am surprised to see you speak on this one.
I am Scott Ananian, town meeting member from Precinct 10, and I am very pleased to see this warrant article. And I take my four-wheel drive electric car to and from Board of Building Regulations and Standards meetings in Springfield, and I can testify that works. I think it's also underappreciated how different an electric car is from a gas car in the snow because of the torque. Without getting too technical, a gas engine generates no torque basically at 0 RPMs when you're not moving. That's why you have to idle. The engine has to be going a little bit before you can actually put it in the clutch and go somewhere. And it generates a lot of torque at high speeds. An electric motor is exactly the opposite. You get all of the torque when it's standing still, and the torque tapers off as you get faster and faster. So sometimes electric cars won't go 300 miles an hour. Luckily, we don't need that. But it means that when in the snow and you try getting out of a jam, torque is the important thing. And so often cases, even a two-wheel drive vehicle will be much superior to a four-wheel drive gas vehicle because you have all your torque at a standstill. So that's we bought a four-wheel drive vehicle, so I'm not discounting that either. I'm just saying it's something to keep in mind when you do the purchasing decision. The heavy vehicles are definitely imminent. And part of the issue is the chicken and egg problem of demand from municipalities, and that's what I think this warrant article does an important first step to address. There are lots of interesting alternatives out there, including there's a company in New Hampshire called Electric Vehicles of America, which retrofits existing vehicles and puts in an electric powertrain into your existing vehicle. Those are things we haven't generally been looking at, and I think the interesting thing in this warrant article is it would force us to start looking at those alternatives, even if we end up ruling them out because there's a three-part test and a cost cutoff and all these things in the warrant article. But we'll start to address them. We'll start looking at them and start beating the bushes for some of these alternatives. Also, as has been pointed out, it would force us to start building the charging infrastructure and thinking about the changes in use patterns that are required. And I think that's an important step for the town as well. Often the cars don't need to be charged every night, especially if you have a longer range electric vehicle. Ironically, the ones which do need to be charged every night tend to be the plug-in hybrids because they ship with very small batteries. If they're not charged every night, you're basically just driving a gas car. And so it's sort of more important that if you have a plug-in hybrid, that the staff member actually have a place to plug it in. As has been pointed out, that's usually just an ordinary household outlet. And the building code requires that there be an ordinary household outlet in every garage on its own independent circuit. That has for some time. So that's the good news. With regard to how green they get, the state has ambitious plans to green our grid over time, so these vehicles will indeed getting greener and greener in terms of the electricity as you own them, which is one of the fantastic benefits of electric vehicles. Your gas car gets dirtier and dirtier as it ages. The electric car gets cleaner and cleaner. And we have a 100% green electricity program in town, so if we choose to take advantage of that, we can indeed power our cars with 100% green electricity. It doesn't affect SREC. I can speak from experience there. That's a carbon credit, so I get paid for the power that my solar panels produce. It's not affected by how much I consume personally, because it's a carbon credit. It's basically paying you for carbon that you've taken off the grid. So it shouldn't affect the town's solar plans in that sense. I'll point out that you're almost always further than a gas station from an electric outlet. Certainly I am right now. A lot of the worries you have about charging tend to be mitigated after time, and some of it is sort of patterns of use. If you're an inspector, you make your rounds, you come in and plug it in at night, and it's just not something you have to worry about after that. And personally, I find that plugging my car in at the end of the day at home is much more convenient, as it turns out, than having to go to a gas station somewhere, especially in Brookline, where we don't really have very many gas stations, which is an issue of itself. Anyway, finally, the last thing I'd like to say is this is a resolution, and so I think I would encourage you to be bold to some degree. I think we all know that resolutions express a strong will of the town but are non-binding. So if this resolution passes and it turns out that we're not quite ready in our budget cycle to deal with, electric vehicle in 2 months, there are no police who are going to knock down the door and yell at you. It's just
well,
there are people who complain, but if you make best effort, that's not to say if you want to adjust it to reflect what you think is reality, but there are literally no penalties for missing a deadline by a little bit. So
it's reputational.
Yes, it's reputational. I certainly don't commit to doing something you don't intend to do.
Right. We treat our resolutions that tell our town government to do something, we treat them seriously.
Yes, and I certainly appreciate that as having authored some resolutions myself. But but at the same time, I think there is room for the town to pick a reasonable target and that you're comfortable with, and go for it. If we miss it by a month or two, it's not the end of the world. That's all I'd like to say. I urge you to approve this warrant article because I think it's an important step forward for the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Frawley.
Good evening. Regina Frawley, Precinct 16. May I respectfully suggest GPSs on all these, the same way we're talking about the scooters in case we have to retrieve them. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this? I think I'd like staff to, have a little more time to react to this. I'd be very interested. Well, I'm supportive of this in concept. Certainly, there's a lot of details in this thing. I think the timing is very tight. So my inclination would be to try and push it out a year. Or phase it in, or something like that.
We're going before advisory on Thursday.
Right.
And the Climate Action Committee will be hearing these articles on, I think it's the 22nd, Monday the 22nd. Okay.
So to me, at the very least, the notion I would plant is we have it effective a year from now.
Further
out. Anything else? So we'll hold this one. Okay, thank you. Moving on, we have the resolution on an outdoor pool. I think this one has generated as much email as buying Newberry College.
We
were wondering if they actually sent them.
Yeah, oh yeah, folks sent them.
We're happy to hear that. I just want to say about the other one, this latest one, we've come a long way, because when I first started at town meeting, I had asked Commissioner DeMayo about the possibility of having somewhat smaller cars, and that was dismissed out of hand, and now we're talking about electric, so of course climate change is more disaster than that.
Well, I think it's kind of two things. One, I think the town now has experience with smaller cars, and it's not the end of the world. So, but two, I think electric technology has really come a long way, and especially battery technology. And I'll second Mr. Ananian's experience with electric cars, and they're fun to drive, and they feel.
We have a crisis.
Excuse me?
And we know we have a climate crisis on our
Right.
hands.
And, they feel different, but anyway.
Well, now that
that's
we're going to
not a
have
bad
the
thing.
bridle
Right.
path, I thought maybe
In a
we
good
would
way.
have horses now instead of cars.
Okay, Ms. Roseman.
Ready? My name is Linda Roseman. I am a town meeting member from Precinct 14 and a co-petitioner for Article 30, a resolution calling for a preliminary study of options for locating a public outdoor swimming facility for Brookline residents. Brookline was the first municipality in the United States to build a public swimming pool in the late 1800s. Ironically, we are one of the few communities in our vicinity that currently lack a public outdoor swimming pool. While citizens of neighboring towns have been enjoying the wonderful amenity of an outdoor swimming area for many years, all we have to offer are children's spray pools and sprinklers at some of our playgrounds. In the survey sent out to the community by the Parks, Open Space, and Recreation Department as part of the 2005 Comprehensive Plan, in the category titled, "What is the single most important issue/need concerning Brookline Parks, Recreation Programs, and Facilities?" Need for an outdoor swimming pool was ranked number 4. The action plan of the comprehensive plan called for the town to, quote, "prepare a feasibility study for an outdoor pool," end quote, to be completed between 2007 and 2015. We are still waiting for that. There was at one time a proposal for an outdoor pool at Sewell Recreation Center, but that idea was never pursued. It is time to address the need for this basic public amenity where people of all ages, abilities, and means can come together to relax, cool off, and exercise. Thank you.
We'd actually sent some, I'm sorry, Elisa Jonas and I'm the town meeting member from Precinct 16, and we'd actually sent some handouts to Marty Lally to forward to you, but we never got a response from her and discovered that she's no longer here, so.
That's good reason.
I mean, I knew she was going, but I didn't know it was this soon. So unfortunately, you're just getting a chance to look at some of our handouts now. And so I guess the first one, well, actually, one of them is the subcommittee, the capital subcommittee of the advisory committee made some minor changes, and we've accepted them all, and you have a copy of that, I think.
Do we?
Melissa made that.
It just came out.
Oh, okay.
It's relatively similar. It's compressed a little bit more. It's taken out the specific sites and they approved it unanimously, but in that form.
Is full advisory?
Full advisory is on Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm actually glad to see the specific sites taken out. That tends to distract people.
Right, right.
You want a clean study.
Right.
But I like the idea of Sewell.
Of Sewell.
Sewell Recre, that's a good, I
Oh,
like
that's
that.
another. Well, that's John Bain, I guess, was pushing, so.
I like it. I've got a good place for it there.
Not my
Well.
No.
See, my dream is the DPW site at Lars Anderson, which apparently, sorry, I'm not going to talk about it. Not even going to talk about it. Okay. So one thing so So one of the handouts has our very random survey of towns in Greater Boston, and it was just primarily me, but also others just kind of looking around at what other towns were doing. And I have to admit, I was shocked at how many towns have outdoor swim facilities. And I think you would be hard pressed to find a single town with a population anything close to ours in Greater Boston that does not have a single outdoor facility. And-
Excuse me, listen.
Yes.
Can you, along with that, can you tell us how many of these towns have indoor pools as we do?
I can't. I didn't look at indoor. I don't know if anyone else did. I mean, we do see it as a completely different
Because if
kind of activity.
We do have a pool.
We have an indoor pool, but an indoor pool is a completely different animal. I think we all think
Yeah, you
when
can
it's
use it
summertime,
year-round.
you can use it year round, but I would wager to bet that indoor pool is, if you compare it to the outdoor pools throughout the rest of Greater Boston, I'm sure it's not highly utilized because the idea of being indoors, swimming in a muggy environment.
A lot of us really enjoy doing that.
Okay.
Well, it's almost the opposite. It is utilized because they're treated as lap planes for exercise.
I think it's
Right.
It's not a
used pretty heavily.
recreational
I
facility.
don't think that's
Right.
correct. I think it is
It's
used
used
heavily.
very heavily.
And not
Right.
only by our students.
Rosanna Cavallaro, I'm a town resident, and just to jump in, it's absolutely terrific that we have an indoor pool, and it's just that it's a different thing. What we're hoping to have a feasibility study for is a recreational place that is centered around swimming, and also additional concerns like it's not zero access, it's not available to people elderly or disabled, or the way that the indoor pool functions is not the way an ideal modern pool would function, that it could be used by people with all different abilities and for all different recreational, including lap swimming. So, just it's a different animal in that way.
Just to answer Select Person Heller's question, many of the pools that I looked at, the towns did have indoor facilities as well as outdoor. And a lot of them also had lakes and ponds, but they'd also built pools in addition to the fact that they had that natural resource.
Yeah, certainly Lexington has indoor, Newton has indoor. I mean, those are the two that I just happen to know about, and I don't know about the others. Yeah. Anyways, we did not do a survey of the indoor. We're looking at outdoor because we really think that is a different animal, that it's community building, it's outdoors, it's fresh air. Children being able to swim outdoors is just a different experience. So this is our random sampling of towns, and as you can see, a lot of them have two facilities. I just spoke with Newton, and they have the pool and the lake, and the pool is very old, and they said, well, it looks like another pool is in the offing, and I said, gee, and even though you already have the lake, and they said, well, there's lake swimmers and pool swimmers, so they're already at a completely different level of analysis from us, which is, we are asking for an outdoor facility.
You'll settle for a lake?
We would settle for a lake, or
No,
use of the
let's
reservoir.
find one. Let's build one.
Yeah, yeah. And,
Sorry to interrupt. I didn't know if you were still presenting or if I can kind of jump in.
Jump in.
I'm pleased to see, the information from the other municipalities of how much they're charging and whatnot. But one of the things that we have to balance is the operational cost. So, have you looked at the operational costs for these other?
Yes, which is on that next,
Yeah,
I think it's on one of the pages.
Yeah.
So it's hard to do should I jump into the operational cost
Why
section
not?
of it already?
Why not?
So there are 3 municipalities that we know about that have either done major renovation or basically completely new pools, and that's Belmont, Needham, and Lexington. And we spoke to all 3 municipalities. Needham, unfortunately, just started. They started with this new pool in the summer of 2018, they only had 2 weeks, so the director was not willing to give us information about operational costs and revenue because it was too early. Belmont, however, gave me a very careful breakdown of operating costs and revenue. And we didn't get that in. Total operating costs, they are estimating for 2020 will be $262,000, and the revenue they are estimating is $398,000, which actually gives a net revenue figure of $140,000. And Lexington gave rough approximates for last year, $300,000 in operating costs, $320,000 in revenue, again a net profit. Needham, while they said that they could not give us any figures, the rec director said that if you have a new pool with all the facilities that new pools currently provide, zero net entry, splash pools, that you can expect 100% cost recovery for operating costs, not capital costs. So that's the story on operating costs and revenue that we've discovered. Actually, I did, just to get a sense of what it would be like for older facilities, I spoke to Walpole, and they have 2 complexes. I'm amazed. They have 2 different pool locations, one with 2 pools and one with 1 pool. And they're old, they're 60 years old, so they're not as efficient, probably not as popular because they're not as attractive. And they are at a deficit, but I think it was total costs were $186,000 a year, and total revenue is $160,000 a year. So there was a $26,000 net operating cost. But that's for an old pool facility in a relatively small town with 2 different complexes that they have to provide lifeguards for, and staffing is the largest cost. So we also have information on construction costs, and this really took us by surprise. I spoke to Raul Silver, who is the deputy engineer for DCR, and he's responsible for building pools for the state. And he said we should expect $5 million in construction costs for a pool, and that would include a single pool, 25 meters, so competitive swimming, but including zero entry, including the bathhouse, including the decking, the landscaping. And I have to say, all of us were shocked to hear that it was so reasonable. I was just in the advisory committee this evening, and I guess we're budgeting $2.5 million for the play area for Baldwin. And for double that amount, we could have a pool facility that is, it would cover all generations, people with disabilities, people without disabilities, and it just seems like the capital outlay seems to be well worth the benefit that I think we could get from that. So some of the other pools that are shown here, Raul Silver worked on the Waltham River Street pool. That was $6 million, but he said there was hazmat remediation, and it's net zero energy. They have solar panels, so that increases cost.
I suspect that would be demanded of us.
I think it would, right? And I hope so. Belmont, their construction cost was $5.2 million. That included 2 pools, again, 2 bathhouses, decking, all the green space. They have green space all around the pool for people to hang out, have their picnics, have parties. And the second pool is divided into 3 different parts. One is a lap pool, one is a diving area, and one is a family area. So that was $5.2 million, and it was just completed a few years ago. The last pool is the Needham Rosemary Pool Complex, and that was more money, but they told me it would have been considerably cheaper if it wasn't on a slope. They had real problems. It's right towards the lake, and they have sloping issues, and there were complications with the lake. In any case, the cost of the pool itself was, even for Needham, was $4 million, and then the rest was the parking, the terraces, the bathhouses.
So did they have to acquire land? or
No,
did they
it was
already-
the location of their prior pool, and it was falling apart, and they had lake sediment coming in, and it was an engineering nightmare, so they just started all over.
So I guess I have a two-part follow-up. One, do you assume that we have to acquire the land, or do you have a parcel in mind? And then two, how, if we don't have that parcel, how do you, and, well, regardless of whether we have the parcel, how do you propose we pay for this capital expenditure?
Well, I think part of this,
That's what we're gonna study.
what we had taken out were the specific options that we had considered.
Okay.
And I know there has been an interest in a public outdoor pool for a long time by a lot of residents, and actually I can document that anecdotally because David Gladstone, who was sitting next to me, asked me, why are you here? I said, for an outdoor pool. He said, thumbs up, here's my card. If you want help from the chamber, I'll work with them. So I think there's a lot of interest in that, and I think, oh, you're not. Okay.
Well, why don't we
So-
see if anyone wishes to speak on this? Okay, I don't, come on up, join the party.
I'd like to make a couple of points before, if I may.
Okay.
Very brief. So in terms of the cost, one small point is that a significant piece of the cost is staffing, and that would be, jobs for presumably young people in the town, so that's a value added. And just the more general idea that it's an outdoor recreation place for people of all means. Lots of people are able to leave town in the summer and go somewhere else, but a lot of people are not. And so that's something that we think this speaks to in an important way as the world warms up, and we need that more and more so.
Excuse me, but I thought that Select Person Hamilton was referring to the $5 or $6 million it's going to cost to build it. Where is that? Did you have an idea of where that money was coming from?
We don't have a specific source of that revenue, but we would just observe that there have been other capital expenditures of a similar scale, that the town has done that. The example that springs to mind most recently is the Reservoir Park, which is terrific and a beautiful addition to the town. We would anticipate that an outdoor pool would have even higher utilization in terms of town interest in a facility like that. And, where we have the demand or the interest, we find the means.
The Reservoir Park was $5 million?
No.
I'm not saying a
No,
specific dollar
no.
cost, I'm just saying where we've had, the town has found the money to do these kinds of capital projects. We don't have.
Yeah, many of the communities are CPA communities, and they're using CPA money for that.
That's right, and we are not, and that we
Right.
acknowledge that. But again, that's part of what the feasibility is, a little bit of a chicken-egg dynamic here in terms of what can be done, where should it be done, how should it be funded. We assume that that's a significant.
Yeah, I don't know if I would use the Reservoir Park as a comp.
In terms of
That's,
cost, I don't have any.
yeah,
reference.
it's just, it's a matter of priorities. And
Can I ask a question, just in terms of pools in the communities in this area? How much of the year are they usable?
Well, that really varies on the town and how the pools are structured. Needham now is going 16 weeks, which is longer than most towns. They're going to start in May and end in September. I spoke, Raul Silver, he has a pool, DCR has a pool in Roxbury, and they are partnering with Harvard, and they have to heat the pool, but once it's heated, they're going to be using it for 3 seasons for swim teams. The Harvard swim teams are going to use them, and it's going to be in the spring and the fall, and the residents use it in the summer. There's a bubble that's an option if that's the way we want to go, and a bubble is $350,000, and the estimate that I got for setting up and having it folded up and put away is $50,000 a year. So it's a relatively large expense, but if we had enough revenue, then it could potentially cover that as well. So I guess the answer is it could be as little as 2 months, or we could use it for a year, depending on how we structure the pool.
A year.
Well, if you had a bubble.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Okay.
there are.
Make it indoor.
Let's let Ms.
pool
Trevette.
park
I had not planned to speak to this, but I want to say something quickly.
Why
I'm
don't you
Melissa
just-
Trevette. I'm at 170, I live at 177 Babcock Street. I just want to say that I think it's a wonderful idea. As this warrant article is for a study, and it seems to me that's really worthwhile. I'm a swimmer. I swim indoors, I swim outdoors, but there's nothing like swimming outdoors when summer comes. And I really hope you will support a study.
And I just want to say, this is the response that we have been getting from people throughout town, that they are so excited to hear that people are finally doing something to get this facility. This is a basic amenity that most towns have that we do not have. And yes, it's a capital outlay of $5 million, but compared to so many capital outlays that we have done, I think this gives you a big bang for the buck.
Okay. I guess I'll ask Ms. Galantine, the suggestion is for your department to take the lead.
Erin Galantine, Director of Parks and Open Space. So this was a component of the master plan and definitely a community need that was expressed. We will we would lead the effort to site the pool. We may need some assistance just in terms of resources in order to do so, but I think that we are well equipped to lead that effort.
Okay. I'm going to suggest we see what comes out of advisory before we vote it.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you. Okay.
Lots of food for thought.
Yeah. Last but not least, in terms of the new warrant articles, is the Article 22. Mr. Caro.
Hi, I'm Frank Caro, Precinct 10. This is a proposal for a study to look at possibilities for extending pedestrian-friendly street lighting here in Brookline. One of the major attractions of North Brookline is its walkability, and we'd like to see that walkability extended after, so that it continues after dark. I should say, as a kind of as a starting point, is that Brookline does have some excellent pedestrian-friendly street lighting, and I'm going to show some pictures in which to compare what I call highway lighting with pedestrian-friendly lighting. And I should say that the principal feature of highway lighting is the poles are relatively tall. They extend out over the street. Their main purpose is to illuminate the street. The poles are also relatively far apart. Pedestrian-friendly lights, in contrast, are closer together. They're shorter. And they are along the sidewalk, so they direct light down on the sidewalk. I think it would be useful to show some pictures that illustrate the concept. The first slide looks north on Pleasant Street. There's the Coolidge Corner Library is on the right side of the picture. You see a utility pole with a light fixture on it, and you can see how the fixture extends out over the street. I should say that this lighting works pretty well on Pleasant Street because Pleasant Street doesn't have street trees. There's no tree lawn, and this setting it works pretty well. Now here's another picture taken in Beacon Street. What you see in the first instance is a tree. And if you look carefully, you can also see a light fixture. And I should say this particular fixture is very effective in lighting the sidewalk in the winter, when the leaves are off the trees. But you can also see that fixture is well up into the tree. And when the tree is all leafed out, the likelihood of the light filtering through the leaves is much reduced. This is an example of an older pedestrian-friendly light. This is taken on Station Street at the location of the proposed Kent Station Street housing development. And in this instance, you see a pole that's kind of right on the sidewalk. These are fixtures that have recently been equipped with much improved lighting. I think when they were originally installed, the idea was to give a kind of gaslight look to Brookline Village, but they've now been equipped with very bright lights, and they are very effective in illuminating the sidewalk. This is another picture of the same pole. Kind of one of the things that you see is if you look to the left, you see a second pole. You also see that these lights are lower than the tree canopy. So when the trees leaf out, the foliage is not going to interfere with illumination on the sidewalk. This one I couldn't resist by including. We have a couple of double fixtures, very attractive older fixtures. These are the newer fixtures. Very quietly, DPW installed pedestrian-friendly street lighting on all of Harvard Street. And these are the fixtures that are now being used. And what's interesting about them is that they're designed so they cast the light down. So they keep the night, the sky dark. This is a picture of them taken on Harvard Street. The Korean church is on the left. You can see how close these fixtures are to one another. And I would invite you after the meeting this evening is to walk down to Harvard Street and take a look. The lighting is really very effective. I should say that for reasons that, for Andy Pratt-Sturgeon, I'm sure can explain it, but north of the school Aspinwall intersection, these fixtures have a softer lighting. And that softer lighting is very attractive. It creates less glare and provides kind of really a softer, friendlier ambience. This is another example of pedestrian-friendly lighting. This is on Beacon Street. This particular fixture is in Coolidge Corner, and when the Beacon Street project was done more than a decade ago, there were some pedestrian-friendly lighting put in in the three commercial districts: St. Mary's, Coolidge Corner, and Washington Square. And you see you have a taller fixture extending out over the street, and then to the left you see the shorter fixture, which is directing its light for the sidewalk. So those are the pictures that I have to offer to give you examples. What this article is proposing is that we set up a committee that would look at need for more extensive pedestrian-friendly lighting. From my perspective, it's the streets that are more extensively used for transportation in more densely developed parts of town that are good candidates for it. The committee would also look at costs, would look at ways, presumably, of finding a little bit of money in the capital improvement program so that this form of lighting could be added gradually over time.
So it looks like the town has started making inroads in some of the areas.
Yes.
Are there areas that you've identified that are really in need, that are really bugging you, that we should focus in on first? So
yeah,
I guess
well, there are a couple of them that I'm concerned about. One is Lower Beacon Street. That's Beacon Street between Coolidge Corner and St. Mary's. We have pedestrian-friendly lighting within Coolidge Corner, and it's in Coolidge Corner. It's really only between Charles Street and Center Street. And then we have the pedestrian-friendly lighting in St. Mary's, but we don't have anything in between. And in some parts of Lower Beacon Street, the highway lighting is in the median strip, so it's nowhere close to the sidewalk. Mm-hmm. And we have mature street trees there, so that's
okay.
That's and there is pedestrian traffic there. I should say that the other location which has been a particular irritant is Winchester Street between Beacon and the Senior Center. We've had extensive discussions with town staff, Peter Ditto, Tom Brady, about that street. I should say that the background work for this was done by Brookline Can. We had a committee that inspected street lighting in North Brookline. We did that a couple of years. We had a very good cooperation from the IT department. They equipped us with maps, showed the location of all the utility poles, and we documented a lot of spots that are dark spots.
Okay. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this? Come on up. Just remember the hour.
David Trebet, Brookline resident since 2011, homeowner since 2015. I've been one of the volunteers. I've been active in Brookline Can, and one of the volunteers that work with Frank to go out in the evenings and walk the streets and find the condition of lighting the sidewalks. I've also been a member of the Pedestrian Advisory Committee since its formation in 2017, now chair of that committee. And also as part of that committee, I've walked the streets as we've checked out the lighting at unsignalized crosswalks on Washington Street and Beacon Street. Noticed the same thing that Frank reported, that along West Beacon Street, you have all the lighting comes from poles in the median. You have no lighting of the sidewalks. There are many dark spots. We observe various ironies. There's all this lighting, wonderful lighting that's provided in commercial areas, but go outside of those commercial areas, it's very different. In fact, in general, this highway lighting, as Frank has labeled it, does a very good job of lighting the roadways. The roadways are generally pretty well lit. But cars have headlights. And we all know that cars can drive down dark country roads without needing light poles along the way. But pedestrians don't have headlights, and we don't ask them to carry flashlights where they go. It's pedestrians that we need to care for. There's this great lighting in the commercial areas, but how are pedestrians to get to those commercial areas safely if the streets leading to them are not well lit? Now, we understand that you can't simply say, we're going to, presto, put in pedestrian-friendly lighting everywhere. But the whole point of having a committee that can actually look at this is to try to identify pathways where it makes sense to get started. This can be a long-term goal. Phasing in makes sense. We need to know where to start, and it's need to have somebody actually taking care to look at that. The business of trees that Frank mentioned, it's as if, we value street lighting, we value our trees in Brookline, but the lights are placed exactly at the point where, when the trees are in full bloom and have their leaves, they will cast shadows on the streets. And Frank didn't, you actually had, Tom Brady's came out and did pruning in Winchester, and then I and others went out at night to see whether that pruning had improved the street lighting on the sidewalks, and it had not. Pruning was not enough. Having lower lights, and again, it was with a lower Kelvin temperature, the warmer glow, makes things more inviting. We're not just talking about safety. It is a safety issue, but we're always talking about people being willing to come out of their houses, about the town being inviting for people who want to walk to those commercial areas, whether it's to the movie theater or to restaurants or other things that are still there at night. Remember that it gets dark by 5 p.m. We can talk about somebody coming home, a kid on, somebody on rollerblades or a skateboard. You have, even when the leaves are off the trees, the street lights, which sometimes are positioned right where there's a big mature tree, that trunk can cast a dark shadow over the sidewalk, and that's the very place where that sidewalk is likely to be buckled and heaved, and where there can be a tripping danger, or for somebody on some type of wheeled vehicle to trip and fall. So there are all sorts of things. It's a safety issue. It's an economic issue, getting people out at night to come to the businesses. It's a social issue, to fight social isolation. Let's bring people out, particularly seniors may be less likely to come out if the streets are not inviting. So I urge support for this.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Sure.
I'm Melissa Trivette. I live at 177 Babcock Street, Unit 1, and I like to walk too. And that's why I'm speaking in favor of developing this plan to implement more pedestrian-friendly lighting. Frank mentioned walkability, and that's really the reason that I moved and decided to live in Brookline when I came to the Boston area in 2010. I came by myself without a car. So that was really important to me. And I think that the improvements that are likely to follow as a result of this study are going to be even more important to me because I'm 9 years older than I was then. And last year, I walked home from St. Mary's and to Babcock Street, and I want to just mention, Neil asked whether Frank had any particular routes in mind, and I've tried to think about this and don't have anything exactly concrete. But I was coming diagonally, in a sense, from St. Mary's over to Babcock, and we do want to have lighted ways to get to commercial areas. And I think if we can connect some of these areas like St. Mary's to Babcock to Commonwealth and mark these areas so that, one, they do have extended good pedestrian lighting, but then communicate where those areas are so that people know how they can expect to move in different ways throughout the town if they're walking, especially late at night, for example. Anyway, I was taking this route from St. Mary's to Babcock, and I went on to, I think now it was Steps, and it looked lighted enough. But I got to the middle of the street, and it was absolutely pitch black, and I also happened to have an ankle injury at the time. So it was kind of scary because I really couldn't see where I was going and really had to slow down. And so I think this is really important. And I hope you will endorse this first step, the study, to try to extend pedestrian lighting. And I think there are two aspects that are really important. I think it's important to get resident input, and I also think it's important to have good targeting as well as communicate where these routes are that have this better pedestrian lighting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jules Milner-Brady, a town meeting member from Precinct 12, a resident of Aspinwall Hill, and I just want to encourage you to seriously consider this article, and I would really encourage you to recommend it for favorable action. I think that considering walking as a means of transportation is a really important thing for Brookline for all the reasons that the other speakers have mentioned, is a basic quality of life and sort of community health element to this, not to mention the economic development. And I think certainly starting with some of these business district areas where we have holes or portions between business districts that are not well served with pedestrian scale lighting is a great place. But I think that establishing a set of practices or strengthening the set of practices that the DPW is already put in place by the examples that have been shown on Beacon Street with the 2 light setups, or on Harvard Street with the downward pointing lights, would be something that I would love to see on some of the residential side streets, some of which are, many blocks or a few blocks from a business district, and maybe don't have a large quantity of business-oriented pedestrian traffic, but a highway light that is almost 2.5 stories tall when you're living in a neighborhood that has row houses is something that really shines a considerable amount of light into the windows of those homes in a way that really has not a tremendously substantial additional benefit to the roadway, since the roadway is narrower and therefore more inviting to walk on anyway. So I think establishing a set of practices that strengthen the quality of the sidewalk environment, maybe starting in these areas that have a greater economic benefit in the business districts, but I think that those practices, they could be pushed out over time to other places where you have these highway lights, would be something to be a great quality of life benefit to a lot of those neighborhoods that have narrower streets that are great for walking on. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schreffler. Welcome.
John Schreffler, town meeting member, Precinct 2, and I also, along with David and Frank, serve on the Pedestrian Advisory Committee. And I simply wanted to say that when Frank presented this measure to our committee, that we were very much impressed with his presentation, and that we, as a body, basically heartily endorse this measure. We would urge favorable action. I also want to say, as a personal note, after the last meeting, Frank took me on a tour back, and I saw exactly what he meant. We were going up Harvard Street, which has pedestrian-friendly lighting all up and down, and then we turned on Sewell. Sewell's pitch black. You just don't see it. It's got highway lighting, and the sidewalks just simply aren't very well illuminated. Now, I'm just beginning to start into this old age slot, but in another 10 years, I'm going to have problems seeing the sidewalk. I mean, we had a speaker in our January meeting who spoke to our committee and a lot of other people about pedestrian issues for the disabled. And one of the things that she hit was that as people age, the natural progression is that they get night blind. So end of my 4th term, when I'm staggering out of town meeting, I want to be able to see the sidewalk at 11:30 after we've done the fisticuffs on the 13th school. I urge favorable action. Thank you.
I'll tell you, I'm going to start paying a lot more attention to street lighting than I certainly have. I think we should look at this. Has advisory taken this up yet? Yeah. Have they voted it?
They voted favorable action with some modification.
Do we have
the
those?
language? The most important thing that they've added from a substantive point of view is that the committee also look at illumination on crosswalks.
So we should make sure we get the language.
Maybe we should have the language and then we can consider it.
Right. Yeah. Does Andy, Peter, do you have any comments?
even though I'm a man of a few words, I'll have a few of them. As you can see from what Frank said, we've already been started down this path with ornamental street lights, pedestrian-friendly street lights. We've done a lot of work on Harvard Street, some work in Coolidge Corner. There's a lot more work to be done. We're fully supportive of it. It costs money, so, you know, yeah, we're there, you know, but we need the resources to do it. So these fixtures are not cheap. There are some options that we're looking at. For instance, the concrete poles that have the road lighting on them now, the Cobra heads we call them, that there may be an option to hang a pedestrian light on the sidewalk side of that pole, you know, lower, by tapping into the power on that pole. So we're looking at some options like that. There's a lot of creative things that you can do out there. So, you know, we're very supportive. I've told Frank in the past, we're very supportive of that. It's just that, you know, we need to, we've been doing it now in stages, and if the town sees fit that they want to pass a resolution to advance that, and then we got to talk about funding.
Yeah, and it seems to me prioritization will be important, you know, figuring out, okay, well, obviously we can't do the whole town all at once, so it's, you know, we have to target and
We
pick our...
actually thought that by changing from high-pressure sodium to LED streetlights, that it would alleviate a lot of the problems with dimly lit streets, and I think in some areas it has. But he's right. I mean, there is an issue with the trees. I don't think he wants us to start cutting trees down. So.
No, we don't. But I wanted to just make one other point, which is that sometimes the problem is that our streetlights are out. And I noticed that on Naples, there was a street light out. It was the first time I'd gone to Brook Online to report this. It was fixed the next day. So I thank your department for that, because it made a huge difference. And the light does make an enormous difference. I was walking my dog, so I wasn't really afraid, because I figured he would protect me. But it is good to have the light.
And the smart control system I was talking to you about earlier, that if a street light goes out, it'll send us, the light will send us an email to tell us that it's out. So.
The future is here.
Yeah. Okay, so on this one, I'm going to suggest we wait for the advisory committee language, and so we can vote the same language. I'm on board in principle, so it's just a matter of getting the exact language.
Yeah, I think we all support this. It's a great idea.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. We've got 2 warrant articles for potential vote. 11 advisory is voting on Thursday. 11 is the easement. I'm going, and there's been some discussion about the how this ties in with the T station, but the easement itself is kind of a separate issue from
and
T
we have
station.
to have it in order to do
Right.
anything.
So
there. And
what?
we have to have it in May 20, whatever it is.
Right. So what I'm going to suggest is we vote Article 11.
Conditionally.
It's pretty.
We can always negotiate it.
Yeah, it's okay as is, right?
Yes, definitely is.
So, and that to me would send a signal to advisory. So I would suggest we take the lead on this one.
And it's broad enough that we could, you know, we can, the changes that are, you know, recommended by, or pushed by some people in the community, you know, could be accommodated here. There's always a question of the high school budget. And we
Right.
voted a certain budget, and some of these items are big hits. So we'll have to see how that all plays out.
Okay, so I'll move favorable action on 11. All those in favor, please say aye. Select Person Franco.
Aye.
Select Person Heller.
Aye.
Select Person Green.
Aye.
Select Person Hamilton.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. 24 is on the calendar. And advisory is voting on this on the 23rd. This is a resolution. I think it's pretty well put together and reasonable.
Has Climate Action taken it up yet?
No, we're taking it up on May the 22nd, April the 22nd.
So-
Same as the EV, so those are the two we'll hear that night.
So let me suggest that we get the input from Climate Action, from Advisory, and let's vote this after we hear from them.
I think that's, I support that.
Okay, so we'll table those two. We'll table 24. And I think that's it for tonight.